for more fine maneuvers. For the first stage of the vehicle, such as super heavy here, and the second stage of the vehicle as well, you're going to want to have your engine actively moving to correct your course. Now, like I said before, Booster 7 and Ship 24 here are making use of hydraulic TVC. Now, what that means is they have a hydraulic power unit pumping around hydraulic fluid that is used to move these engines. They basically have pistons on them to move them around. Now, like Sawyer said, on Booster 9 and later boosters, and likely some later ships as well, we don't know the exact ship numbers, they will implement electric TVC rather than hydraulic. So that's what we're looking ahead for in terms of TVC.
All right, a reminder, you are not looking at Vandenberg right now. This is a live look at Starbase near Boca Chica, Texas, where we are less than an hour and a half away from the scheduled liftoff of Starship. Have to throw a little West Coast acknowledgement there. TK Midnight, thank you very much for the support there. Okay. To the multi-view stream where we will rotate through 27 different feeds that you can look at, 9 per screen, rotating through, of all the different views of launch, some of which we won't even show on air here, and some of which are not live on our Starbase Live 24/7 feeds. So cool access there. Gregor, thank you for the support. Dave saying, I love the smell of rocket fuel in the morning. Same. Excited for the history that we'll hopefully see here. And Inner Space with the kind messages. Welcome to all the new members. I know you'll love NSS coverage. They are the best. We appreciate those kind words. And we are now getting official confirmation from SpaceX at this moment, as we've seen here, that fueling of the Super Heavy booster is underway. That was as of a tweet from just a few minutes ago. So again, fueling of Super Heavy, as we've seen, is underway. The official confirmation coming in there from the SpaceX Twitter feed. Here's a question from Ariel, and I'll pose this one to you, Adrian. Do both the ship and the booster have an FTS, a flight termination system, in case of a failure?
Yes, that is the case. The flight termination system of both stages is on the common dome of the corresponding stage, because that would be the place where you want to break the tank structure to make sure that both vehicles are destroyed as you want, because a flight termination system is mainly about destroying the vehicle.
There you go. Hopefully we don't need to use it. You can see it looks like another frost ring forming there around the methane tank. So with that fueling confirmed underway, let's take a look at the countdown timeline of where we are at and where we still have to go. So we now have the confirmation there that the liquid methane and liquid oxygen loading is underway onto the booster, not only from that confirmation tweet, but the fact that we can see those frost rings starting to form on the booster itself. So next up will be fueling of Ship 24, first beginning with the liquid methane, then followed by the liquid oxygen. After that, the ship header tanks will start to be filled up too. So again, the next thing that we'll be keeping an eye out for on that timeline is the ship fueling. That will be indicated by a vent coming from the tower. And as mentioned, it's staggered with the liquid methane first, then the liquid oxygen, followed by the header tanks about 50 minutes after that. Booster engine chill is scheduled for about 17 minutes before liftoff, and this propellant load is expected to continue for quite a while, finally finishing off and going into top-off mode about 5 minutes before liftoff. So just keeping that in mind, and wrapping up between 5 and 3 minutes there to have everything fully fueled and ready to go for that T0 currently scheduled for 8:28 a.m. Central Time. Here's a really interesting question and something fun to think of here. Do we know if Starship has the capability of docking to the ISS like shuttle, Ian?
Ship fuel load has started.
Oh, and we just got to call out on the internal comms that the fuel load on the ship has started, right on time, actually.
There we go, just as we saw on that timeline there. Beautiful. So a reminder, that's the methane first, followed 5 minutes later by the oxygen.
Excellent. So yeah, this question is asking about the capability of docking Starship to the ISS, much like the shuttle. Now, in theory, they could. I don't see like a theoretical reason why they couldn't. But from a structural standpoint, I believe I remember hearing that because of Starship's larger mass than the shuttle, it's about 2 times the mass of shuttle. It has much different structural effects on the ISS. Now, of course, it's a major a structural linkage there, attaching Starship from a relatively small docking port to the much larger ISS. I'm sure they could somehow figure some kind of structural mechanism out to make sure that it doesn't, snap the ISS in half. But I would be kind of surprised if we ever do see a Starship docking to the ISS.
Yes, and we can see that tower vent, by the way. If you look on the left side of the launch tower there, right towards the middle, you will see that vent that we had talked about. That is the final purge of the liquid nitrogen from all those lines. Again, another indication that fueling is proceeding as planned up to this point. Just wanted to take a second and mention that going on at the moment. All right. Ola, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Raleigh, thank you for becoming a Launch Director member, one of the higher memberships. Brad, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Chief, thank you for upgrading to Red Team membership. Chemstatic, currently on a flight from New York City to Fort Lauderdale. potentially landing around T0. It depends if you're talking 9 o'clock Eastern. If so, then yes. Again, the liftoff is 8:28 Central or 13:28 UTC. Let's see. Brian saying, let's rock this monster. I'm with you on that. Let's rock indeed. Is it a monster or is it a pencil? I guess depends on who you ask. NNA saying for Padre Island, it's a pencil. And James saying, hopefully Elon had the team serenade Starship with some TLC today because we don't want no scrubs. And I won't even say the rest of the lines at this point. But yeah, there's plenty of songs that you can go along with today. You've got the Scrubs one. You've got Starships Are Meant to Fly. Take your pick. Here's a question from Trigue. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Adrian, I'll send this one over to you. How long could Starship theoretically contain its fuel in case of a hold? So what's the deal with fuel topping off?
We don't actually fully understand that yet. We know it has more holding capabilities as a Falcon 9, for example, because it can actually hold, which is an ability Falcon 9 doesn't have. Once Falcon 9 is on countdown, it's locked in. Starship can wiggle around in its countdown. However, that might come down also to the fact that it's not like fully optimized yet and fully like there where it should be yet, and they are not really on tight on margins. But right now, it is like it seems to be that that there is hold capabilities. I don't know exactly how long that is on the second, but yeah, it seems like there is some capability for SpaceX to hold the countdown, perform additional checkouts, and then continue with the countdown.
There's a great view of all the different tank farm features there with the liquid oxygen, the LOX, the liquid nitrogen, water, the subcoolers for the liquid methane, and that tower vent, which we are still seeing currently, highlighted there as well. And a reminder that the fuel farm itself can hold 1.2 starships worth of fuel. So you could fill 1.2 starships worth if you were to drain all of the tanks, which means there is that little bit of extra fuel there that they can use for topping off. And the window is 62 minutes, so we know at least 62 minutes worth. Let's see. We'll take some more questions here. Reminder, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight and ask us any questions you have, from the complex to the simple questions, because we want to make sure that the stream is accessible to anyone and everyone. Here's a question from CG Justin, and I'll throw this one to Ian. Why use methane instead of something like Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, which uses RP1 or refined kerosene?
Yes, there's actually a few reasons to use methane. First off, and pretty much the main reason that they've chosen methane, according to Elon, is that methane is producible on Mars. Actually, we see right here the tower. Oh, sorry, I misread that. But the methane is much more efficient as well. So you could produce it on Mars from the CO2 in Mars's atmosphere, as well as the H2O or water from Martian ice. So you can produce methane on Mars. In addition to that, methane is much more efficient than kerosene. It's not quite as efficient as hydrogen. It's kind of like a middle child there. It also is much cleaner in terms of producing less soot, so it clogs up your engine less. That's great if you want to worry about reusability. Now with Falcon 9, with the Merlin engine, because they're burning kerosene, you have to worry about soot not only building up on the side of the rocket, but also slowly clogging up the internals of your engine. Now we haven't seen that necessarily be an issue yet with Falcon 9, but it's just something you want to prevent if you're doing rapid reuse like they hope to do with Starship down the road. So there's a lot of different variables in play there, and a lot of reasons why methane is favorable for a vehicle like Starship.
There you go. Hopefully that answers your question. Chantel, thank you very much for the support. And a shout out to David Cook there. Huron, talking about hopefully we'll get some onboard views like Falcon 9. I think we will. Commander Crimboman, thank you very much for the support. Best way to test your favorite equation about delta V. Thanks for the coverage. Appreciate that. UK Hudson asking about the super heavy landing, which, again, not really expecting on this flight, so we'll keep an eye down the road on that. Peter, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Kim, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Bin Chicken, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Here's a question from Gamer Tom asking, do you think they will do a wet dress rehearsal? Adrian, what do you think?
Like right now? Well, basically, if they don't launch, what is a scrubbed launch if not a wet dress rehearsal? So. Some sun here, and I'm at least getting more and more optimistic that we might see the launch site soon. Maybe this is me hoping, but I feel like we are also starting to see a bit better at the launch site. That's maybe just me, but I feel like it's getting a bit better.
Yes, and I do want to point out what you heard there in the background. That is the SpaceX launch team confirming that LOX load is underway on the ship. So ship 24 now being loaded up with supercooled liquid oxygen, or LOXygen as we like to refer to it here. So it seems like at this point everything is continuing to proceed as expected with the timeline. Let's see what else we have here. If we've got any more good questions. Here's one from 530 that's a bit of speculation. Ian, I'll throw this one to you. When do you think we'll see a Starship version with a bigger payload door for big payloads? Because a reminder, the Pez dispenser, quote unquote, on this one is welded shut.
Yes, no, that is a good question. So we don't have any definitive answers on that, but we do have we have seen them make some pathfinders, some payload bay pathfinders. I'm thinking back to SN17's nose cone, and I believe Ship 23's as well. So they have been trying out a few different designs here and there. Nothing we've seen implemented onto a ship yet. When do I think that will happen? I could see it happening around the end of next year, maybe even the middle of next year. But we are still a while away from them needing that capability. It seems like for the first handfuls of flights of Starships, they're going to be doing a Starlink payload deploy rather than, say, ComSat deploy, where you would need those larger payload bay doors.
Fantastic. Thank you for answering that as well. And thank you for the question. We are keeping an eye, obviously, looking at the weather at the moment right now. A little foggy, but finally starting to clear. Hopefully clear enough that once this flies, we'll be able to see views of it from the WB-57, which is en route. Now, we've mentioned the WB-57 a couple of times. Adrian, what is the WB-57 and what's its purpose? Wayne is asking.
It's a former bomber that was repurposed as a tracking and...
Starbase right now, but not in Germany. But Germany is keeping its fingers crossed. Jonathan, thank you for the support as well. Jody, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Froggy watching from Victoria, Australia. Appreciate you continuing to watch. Lackey, thank you very much for the support as well. Paul, thank you for the support. Bradley, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Mike Elliott gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And if you got one, make sure you say thank you. Nova also becoming a Red Team member. Remind you get access to our multi-view with all of the different cameras that we have down at Starbase as long as you are Red Team or above, including Bar becoming a Capcom member. And Fur, thank you for becoming a Padrat member, as well as Fatih, thank you for the support. No message, but the support itself is very much appreciated. And Music Duck gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Let's see what other questions we have here. Here's a good one. Aditya asking, why do they throttle down during max Q? I understand it's the max physical force experience, but not sure why it's not built to withstand full throttle. Ian?
Yeah, so it depends on your rocket actually. Now, some rockets are built and designed to not need to throttle down for max Q. One that comes to mind for me immediately is Antares, which actually underwent a block upgrade specifically designed to enhance its structure to let it go through max Q without throttling down. Now, with something along the size of Starship, where it's a huge rocket, and every kilogram really matters here, there's really not that much of an advantage to strengthen the vehicle enough that it can withstand max Q without throttling down. Because if you strengthen the tanks on the vehicle, Starship would become much heavier. And on this vehicle, every kilogram really counts. SpaceX is trying to save weight in every way that they can. So in theory, they could make it strong enough to withstand max Q, and you would get a little bit of an efficiency boost because rocket engines are a little bit more efficient at full throttle compared to throttling down. But really, it's not worth the extra mass that you would need, along with the extra stress you would be putting on the vehicle overall. So that's kind of the trade-off they have to make there.
A trade-off indeed. Let's see. We have another question here that I would like to take really quickly, asking, is Starship better at any front compared to SLS? And I get asked this a lot. I'm sure a lot of the success of one is the success of both. Just wanted to make sure we mentioned that there as well. Let's see. Thomas asking, is this flight carrying anything? Like the first Dragon carried cheese or the Falcon Heavy carried Elon Musk's Roadster? Do we know if there is anything on board this one, Adrian?
As far as we know, no, there's not a payload probably. There's always the possibility of something fun loaded here or something we didn't notice, but at least there was nothing confirmed as a payload here for now. So yeah, we need to wait for SpaceX to get to that area where they would show something. However, the complete payload bay is shut and closed, and there's no way that they could deploy something. However, there could be something funny in the nose cone hidden.
We might never know. We'll have to keep an eye out and see if Elon tweets anything special afterwards.
And real quick, I just want to add, actually, we see some crowds here on the beach, but the WB-57 is now in the southern Texas area, so good sign there.
And Adrian, I believe we're going to send it over to you for just a second.
Well, not to me, to actually a person that is standing next to me for a weather update, because I have Adam next to me, which hopefully works now. Hey, Adam.
Hi, Adrian. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I was just wondering, will we get a better view about this in about an hour from now?
So what we're basically seeing right now is the low-level clouds are starting to break up more, which is good. If that allows some of the sunlight to actually penetrate to the ground, it will start to help improve conditions over the next hour. Now, I'm not expecting just absolutely like Monday where it's crystal clear. We're still going to have some low-level clouds coming in. We have some mid-layer clouds coming in, but they're not a lot. The fog is the main concern. We have 9 miles of visibility currently to try to see through this hazy fog. The humidity is at 97%, super high. So the air's almost fully saturated. Now, as the sun comes up, it does slowly heat up the parcels, and it will help to drop the humidity only by a few degrees. So not major improvements, but as the sun comes up, we are already noticing that we're able to see Starship from our distance, while earlier it was almost very hard to see. So weather conditions will slowly improve over the next hour, but not just crystal clear visibility.
And I also have another update for you because I can confirm now, I think, that the WD-57 is in the air over us, if I see that correctly, because that should be it. So I can also confirm visual contact on that, which is nice to see here. So yeah, visuals improving. We have a tracking plane in the air. It looks like, yeah, everything moving in a good direction here.
We can even start to see the sun peeking through there on the clouds with that gorgeous shot that's up on screen at the moment. The clouds rolling in front of the sun, hopefully burning off all of that extra fog within the next hour and 4 minutes for the opening of the 62-minute window. Again, the T0 is currently scheduled for 8:28 a.m. Central Time, 13:28 UTC. And a big shout out to Michael and his tracking camera there as well, that's getting these fantastic shots and that will hopefully continue to track through launch. All right, and Adam, I think I've lost my job as the weather person now. That was fantastic, so thank you for that.
Oh, no problem. Came up from McGregor, ready to see them light the candles on this. But yeah, the weather, down here in South Texas around this time of the year, this is very typical. We got lucky on Monday because we had a cold front that came through, cleared the air out. And another cold front will actually come through this area Friday night into Saturday. But currently right now with the fog and the low-level clouds, I'm hoping that I'm seeing improvement with the low-level clouds even to the south. So the more sun that can penetrate over the next roughly, between now and the launch time will help a little bit more with visibilities. But also another thing is they were talking about shear back on Monday. When I looked over models coming up here in soundings, it looks like the shear is slightly less than what it was on Monday. So if anything weather-wise is related to SpaceX right now, I don't see shear really being a factor as much as we have clouds, and I have no earthly idea what their thoughts are on the clouds that they can launch through or what they can do with those. So that's something going to be new that we'll have to find out from them.
Right, and I want to point out on the screen, you can see right now the frost rings forming on Ship 24 as the propellant load continues. That is loading in the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane into the vehicle as fueling continues approximately 1 hour before liftoff. Unforgiven, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Ryan, let's go Starship from Falcon 1 to Starship. Io, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Peter, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And Hef, thank you for becoming a Red Team member as well. Hef also talking about the WB-57 en route. Johnny, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Amaro, thank you for the support as well. JP, thank you for the kind words about the content. Glad you appreciate it and enjoy it. Chris, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Donald Brent, thank you as well for your support. Valuable Damage, thank you for becoming Red Team member. Amy, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Joris, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. And Robert, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. I'll catch my breath here a second. As well as a hello from Brazil from Rafael. While we have you, Adam, you said you're from McGregor, so you hear a lot of the testing of these Raptor 2 engines. We hear a lot about the honks when we see them. What is that Raptor honk, and is there any chance we might hear it today?
So that...
Let's go Starship to the Mars and beyond. And Elaine, thank you as well for the very generous $50 super chat. Hoping the fog lifts and you guys can give us a great view of the test launch this morning. Let's hope so. And as we mentioned, this is a test launch, and there has been quite a bunch of testing that has gone on to get to this point. So let's take a look back at what it took to get to this point, going all the way from Starhopper to Hawaii.
Oh my god, it lifted off! Oh my god!
Alright, now this is the part where SNA breached successfully as well. The next step will be that landing.
Buying the patches, I see a patch order right there popping up. Everyone that's doing their thing, you know, becoming a member, even if you're not contributing monetarily, if you're just hitting the like button and telling your friends about us, we really appreciate it so much. Thank you so much to everyone for watching our stream. Now, let's get into some more questions. If you have a question that you want to ask, just at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will see it, and it will pop up, and maybe we'll answer it. Let's see. Ma fails here. They're asking, my question is if this Starship was a test flight, then when will SpaceX send an astronaut to Mars after this test? When do we think we will see Boots headed towards Mars? Sawyer, I'll let you go first.
I think we may still have a little while to get to that point, especially the fact that the first step is going to be the Human Landing Services Program, HLS, so it's going to be moon first, in your words there. So once they get that lunar program up and running, then I think we can start considering sending people to Mars. So as of right now, Artemis 3, hopefully before the end of the decade. So hopefully Mars sometime next decade. So I'll go the end of the 2030s, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Adrian, what about you?
Yeah, SpaceX has been more conservative in their timelines for Mars lately, where we have before talked about 2024, which, let's be real, obviously is not happening. It sounds more they are targeting like early 2030s for boots on Mars. With the normal delay of things in spaceflight, I would also go for, if everything goes well, mid to late 2030s.
By the way, while we're talking about the timeline of getting to Mars, I've got a more realistic question. What is the remaining timeline here for today's test flight? If only we knew, Jack.
Adrian, do you want to walk us through the timeline, or maybe I just took that from Sawyer? But let's see here. Adrian, you want to do it, or you want to do it? You want to give it to Sawyer? You can pass, or you can stay.
I'm absolutely staying here on this field. The next thing that would happen is the ship header tank load, which would start at T-minus 27 minutes. Shortly after that, the booster Raptor engine chill will begin, which is where they prepare the engines below the super heavy booster and precondition then for lots of cryogenics that will flow through them at ignition. And once that is done, they will start to then get really ready for the count for the final steps, and hopefully we get a liftoff shortly after that.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm starting to get the pre-launch jitters here. My heart rate is accelerating. I hope everybody out there in TV watching land or YouTube watching land, or if you happen to be at Isla Park or somewhere in the Brownsville area, I hope you are excited as we are. This is getting serious here. Hey, look, it's my feed. I'm sorry it's so shaky. The wind is picking up, but that's my feed. That's my camera view right now. Earlier, maybe 30 minutes ago, it was just completely whiteout conditions. So the fact that we can see the ship, I'm a happy guy. So very, very happy about that. Hopefully it continues to clear. We've got 48 minutes now left in the count. And that's just more and more time for the weather to improve.
And important to note that is to the opening of the 62-minute launch window. So even if the weather is still slightly iffy at 8:28, they have until 9:30 Central Time.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sawyer. I appreciate that. There was a tweet recently from SpaceX, right, that said that they are watching the weather, something along those lines?
Yeah, they are keeping an eye on the weather according to their latest update while fueling is underway.
Alrighty then. Michael Kevin Sybil, thank you so much. $100 super chat. We really appreciate that. They say, fingers crossed for a launch today. Thank you always for your coverage. Go SpaceX, go Starship. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Michael Kevin. Really appreciate that. And we have a $50 super chat, too, from E. Peterson. Thank you so much. They say, assuming it's a total success, including reaching the Pacific Ocean off Kauai, what is the next event? I would say doing it again. Right, Sawyer?
Yeah. The next step would be, when can we fly again? So analyzing through all the data, seeing how everything worked, how it flew. Of course, checking on Stage 0, the ground support equipment, seeing how they handled everything, and then making any necessary upgrades for the next flight, hopefully, this year as well.
Fingers crossed. We all want to see this thing get off the pad, launch into orbit, or semi-orbit, or almost orbit, and then hopefully not do too much damage to the pad so that SpaceX can turn around and get the next one launched just as fast as possible. Let's see here. Mohammed is asking, I've always wondered who said the famous words, water tanks or water towers can fly. That was Tim Dodd, Everyday Astronaut. This is DOS's tracker shot here?
Yes,
Excellent.
it is.
Yeah, that audio is because back in the day when Starhopper flew, Tim and I were standing on Andy, Nomad from NSF's roof, watching it happen from Boca Chica Village, and Tim could just not contain his excitement. So his audio is in my video, and I asked him to use it in the intro, and here we are. It's I don't know, it's kind of perfect. I'm pretty happy that event happened. Look at that. I know we don't like the fog, but that's kind of an epic view, right?
It's also getting much better here. I can now confirm from the hotel, we really have a decent view. Like, it's still a bit foggy, it's still a bit... are getting close.
Yeah, we are getting very, very close. As a reminder, the opening of the window is 8:28 local time, and that means we are just over 41 minutes away from the start of the window. And Sawyer, how long did you say that window was?
62 minutes, so that I believe will go until 9:30 local time.
Excellent. All right, let's do some more viewer questions because we love answering your questions here. Remember, if you have any questions, just add NASA Spaceflight. We will do our best to answer as many as we can. I think it's Kaleidoscope is what they're supposed to be named. They're asking, when Starship decouples, are all of its 6 Raptor engines going to be ignited or only the vacuum ones? Sure enough, they're going to ignite all 6, right, Adrian?
They are again igniting all 6. There are some very smart people that did the math about coasting phases and about how much thrust the Raptor has and did all of that smart things that I can't do. And they came out to be that the only way they reach their current burn time with their current profile is if they ignite 6 Raptor engines, which means 3 sea-level engines and 3 vacuum engines. Also, the sea-level engines provide thrust vector control because the vacuum engines cannot gimbal, which means they will probably use these 3 sea-level engines for steering in orbit.
Good deal. We have a question from Wicked Clown. Thank you for the question there, buddy. They say, what ship and booster units are complete and could be used for the next launch test after this one? Well, we're looking at Ship 24 and Booster 7 here. Booster 8 was built but then scrapped. So the next booster in line is Booster 9. I swear I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Oh god, it's still going.
Oh, you.
Whenever anyone says "oh you," I just picture that GIF with the guy and the dog.
That's what I'm going for.
Thank you. And so that is what's going on with the booster. Booster 9 is next in line. The next ship in line. Well, okay. So this one's tricky. There is Ship 25, but we're starting to think that it's not going to fly. Sawyer, what's the deal with the next ship in line? What do we think's going on there?
That's a really good question. From what we've heard and what we've seen from all the documentation, at this rate, it seems like they're going to pass over Ship 25, and that Ship 26 would likely be the next ship in line to fly. So it'll be interesting to see what it ends up happening with that, but it seems like 26 will be next up.
Yeah, from some of that documentation that dropped from around the time that SpaceX got the FAA license, it seems like the next 2 launches after this one will be expendable and doing the same sort of profile and, quote, not configured for orbital reentry, and that would sort of mean Ship 26 because Ship 26 doesn't have flaps, doesn't have tiles, is essentially not configured to reenter. So that's what the thinking is there. Let's see here. Pixel Gamer 3D is asking about booster recovery. They're asking, will it land on the landing pad or will it land in the ocean freely to be recovered later? Well, sort of neither. The booster is going to ditch into the ocean. It's going to perform a soft landing and then be scuttled. Is that the case, Adrian? That's what's going on with the booster, right?
Yeah, the booster will try to perform apparently a soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico, and then they will try to open the valves to let it sink. And if that doesn't work, they will deploy a fast projectile. They will shoot it to make sure it sinks.
Fair enough. And while we're on the subject, with the ship, what is going to happen with the ship? Sawyer, do we have information on that? I know we do, but I'm going to ask you as if I don't know that.
Well, that's a great question. Yes, we do. The ship is going to, once it separates, attempt to perform a boost back burn, where it will reorient itself to try and bring it back near Starbase, and is expected to land about 31 kilometers off the coast from where it took off. And by land, I mean hit the water and hopefully also end up destroyed.
So Adrian, we have a question here from Happy Cappy. They're asking, can you see the park from the roof of the Margaritaville? Is it as crowded as Monday?
Let me have a look actually. Oh, what is super interesting is actually the beach at the very far side of the park, like to the left of us. You can see like a line of people standing at the beach. And yes, it seems to me like everything is very crowded. I even see people still going into the park. So yes, they are. It's definitely still very crowded, and I cannot say if it's more or less, but there are definitely people still going to the beach. They are still looking for good spots to view this. Yeah, we are definitely for a lot of excitement in here.
I think we got a couple of shots over towards the jetties. I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Oh, we can hear you.
Excellent. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, we have all of our cool toys set up on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort over here, and we're waiting to see what's going to happen in just over 30 minutes. Does it look like it's going to go?
Good deal. You don't think so? You being sarcastic?
I mean, no. Does it look like literally from all y'all have been watching? It's going to go?
Well, we just got a tweet from Elon saying that Starship is on track to launch in about 37 minutes, and that was 2 minutes ago. So it seems like
there you go. That seems like a good plan to me. How has the stream been going so far? How does chat feel, I wonder?
Going good. Chad, how has the stream been going so far? Are you pleased with what you've been gotten? Oh God, I can't talk.
Are you pleased?
This is what happens when I stay up all night with no sleep.
Are you not
satisfied? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you beat me to it. And I butchered it. Okay, let's see here. Cody G's asking, any sort of possibility SpaceX puts some sort of protective fairing on the tower arms? Hydraulic and electrical harnesses seem very vulnerable to engine wash. Adrian, what do you think?
why are they fueling for this flight if they're not really going to be using it, Adrian?
They will use the header tank not in this flight. It's probably more a test the whole sequence situation, but the header tank in the ship would be used usually for the landing burns, which will not happen. The reason they have this in the header tank is because if you have it in the normal tank, you can imagine having a ship in a horizontal configuration and then slashing it around to a vertical configuration results in a lot of fuel going all over your tank. So you want to have it compressed in a certain space, which is the header tanks. The header tanks are exactly for the landing, which since the ship will not perform a landing burn this time, it's probably, a flow thing. They want to test it.
There you go, and at the same time, you also get a full balance of the vehicle in terms of mass load and weight distribution and things like that. So it's also a good test of just all of the systems on board and the fact that you've got your centers of thrust, weight, etc., all where they need to be.
So do I see that correct, that we are 23 minutes away from a potential Starship launch?
You are correct. 23 minutes approximately away from the opening of the window. And the last that we heard is what SpaceX is targeting for this is the top of this launch window. My gosh, this is exciting.
Oh, yeah.
I did see a question here. Someone was talking about the engine wiggle. We had a little bit of engine wiggle, even though they didn't actually launch last time. So why do they wiggle the engines?
They wiggle the engines to test out the thrust vector control, because these engines on the way up to space need to perform a series of little wiggles, little maneuvers, to steer the rocket. So you want to make sure that the system to steer the engines works on the ground before you notice in air that's not working. So that's the reason why they test that. That's not the only thing they test. They probably test every single movable surface at some point and make sure it works.
Exactly. Keeping an eye on that. And again, this one is using hydraulic thrust vector controls. In the future, they will be using electric thrust vector controls once we get to Ship 9 and beyond. Molten Lava Guy with a really good follow-up question saying, if they're not using the headers, shouldn't they just fill it with liquid nitrogen instead? And I think that comes down to kind of what we were hinting at a bit there, the fact that if that's the case, you want the exact mass balance across the vehicle. You would want the exact mass that you would have for a normal flight, so you can figure out that center of thrust, center of weight, or center of mass, excuse me, everything that way. So you get the exact measurements and an exact proof of concept for your vehicle and the test flight. All right, we are joined by another voice who will be with us here as we enter the final 20 minutes, hopefully, of this count. Ian Atkinson, are you with us again?
I am with you again, and I am super excited to, as we get closer and closer to T0 here. So yeah, I am back, and I am starting to get really, really hyped here.
This is really exciting. Again, it's a good thing we don't have heart rate monitors hooked up to us live, because it's going to start going up from now on. While I have you, here's another question while we were talking about the thrust vector control and the wiggle before flight. Does the ship also do a TVC checkout and that little wiggle test before liftoff?
So the ship does do a TVC checkout, much like the booster. We don't know exactly when that takes place, and unfortunately, we really don't have any visual of that. But yes, the ship does do a TVC checkout of its 3 inner Raptor engines, the Raptor sea levels.
There we go. So that will be something that we keep an eye out for as we progress in the timeline now into the final 20 minutes approximately of the count. A reminder for those trying to schedule your clocks, the launch is scheduled for 8:28 a.m. Central Time, that's 13:28 UTC, and that is scheduled for the top of the 62-minute window. At this point, it seems like everything is progressing towards the countdown. It seems like right now, at this very moment, the weather appears to be green and the range appears to be green as well. So as of now, everything progressing towards that liftoff in about 20 minutes.
The visibility over on our end continues to be meh, though. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, it's better than nothing. We went from nothing to meh. So that's an upgrade. I'm not sure where exactly that is on the scale, but it's better than nothing.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, we can make out the frost on the ship. Like over here from the roof of the hotel, we can see there's like the sun shining on the frost on the side of the ship. We can see the venting down low. I mean, the tower and the Starship stack sort of loom as a big sort of silhouette. But I wonder, I really do hope, like if we look up above, the skies above the launch pad are more and more blue. And I can really see Starship sort of lifting out of this ground layer of moisture up into the blue sky. And then it's going to go downrange into the sun. And I don't know if anybody will see it then. But you know something? If they're all go, I have a feeling that we would be able to see it punch out of the like low-lying fog here. Anyways. I am hoping it goes. Adrian, you hoping it goes?
I am hoping it goes. I really think I mean, it just feels like the day it should go. Like, I don't know. I hope. And also I'm entering the phase again where I start to lose my ability to form cohesive sentences. So enjoy that.
He's standing up and like moving around a lot like a chipmunk or something. I don't know, Adrian. This is a squirrel. I'm not sure, but Adrian has a lot of energy right now. Look at this shot from the south.
Universal time. Kate, everything is looking good.
Awesome news. Now, in order to make life multiplanetary, we need a fully reusable vehicle that's capable of carrying a huge amount of cargo and a lot of people to orbit and have a pretty quick turnaround. The idea is to effectively reuse launch vehicles just like airplanes.
Yeah, imagine if you had to wait for a new airplane to be constructed every time you wanted to fly. You'd rarely go anywhere, and for most of us, it would be completely unaffordable. In order for us to get to Mars and back with lots of people, lots of cargo, multiple times, reusability really is a must.
In advance of our first missions to Mars, Starship will execute a number of missions with both cargo and people, starting with Earth orbit and eventually expanding to the Moon and beyond.
Now, in the near term and a bit closer to home, Starship will also be critical to other programs. Once fully operational, it'll deliver the full-size and upgraded version of our Starlink satellites, and that's super exciting because our next-generation satellites represent a step forward in Starlink's capabilities and will allow us to connect millions of more people around the world with high-speed internet to watch launch webcasts.
Such an exciting future ahead of us, but first, let's talk a little about how we got to where we are today.
Now, Starship's testing ramped up in July of 2019 with our Starhopper prototype, sort of a short version of the Starship that we see today. There's a great photo of it. It was just over 18 meters tall. It had a single Raptor engine, and we had it to test fly and perform low-level altitude maneuvers and attempt landing. The initial test flight, or hop, reached about 20 meters in altitude. That was followed by the one that you've got on your screen here. This was our 150-meter altitude hop. We went up, took a little jaunt away, about 100 meters or so away from the launch pad, used that Raptor engine to fly and actually land. And actually, this hopper is actually down at Starbase now.
Yeah, I love this shot. It's just so fun to see it fly. After a series of 150-meter hop tests with earlier prototypes, the Starship program saw a major breakthrough during a test flight of the vehicle known as serial number 8, or SN8. You can see it there on your screen now. In December 2020, SN8 demonstrated a first-of-its-kind controlled aerodynamic descent and landing flip maneuver. 2 words, belly flop. The SN8 prototype rose to an altitude of 12.5 kilometers or 7.8 miles and conducted a belly flop maneuver, which you see there, during its descent. While it didn't stick the landing, the test was a major milestone in the development of Starship. In fact, we should be able to see that unfortunately failed landing. Boom. It was fun to watch, though.
Rapid unscheduled disassembly, but learned a lot of data. Now, the testing continued on to prototype serial number 9. It took a 10-kilometer flight. That's about 6.2 miles up. in February of 2021. We had a nominal ascent. We executed the engine cutoffs once we got to the top of the altitude window. We did that belly flop maneuver, which is so much more fun to say than controlled descent, aerodynamic maneuver. That was all stable, but unfortunately, we had a dramatic end on this flight as well. We had a failure on one of the engines that resulted in another pretty large fireball. But what was really cool about both of those flights was how much we learned just between serial numbers 8 and 9, and how quickly we were able to achieve our primary objectives in those two flights. In addition to that, we got so much data that demonstrated control of the vehicle in that subsonic regime.
Ultimately, we performed 9 Starship high-altitude test flights in total. And then, as you see on your screen there, in May of 2021, SN-15 launched from Starbase, reached an altitude of about 10 kilometers, performed a number of maneuvers, and safely returned to the launch site. This was the first Starship prototype to fly, control its descent, safely land, and be recovered in one piece.
And people were cheering like crazy
I was
after
one of
that
them.
test flight. Now, having achieved those successes in our suborbital campaign, one of the next big challenges is for the upper stage when it comes to reusability and surviving the hypersonic, really high heating phase of entry. Combined with the later ability to refill Starship's tank with propellants, the fuel and oxygen, while we're on orbit, that will enable us to have a fully reusable transportation system that's designed to carry both crew and cargo on long duration missions, interplanetary flights, and will help humanity get to the moon, travel to Mars, and beyond in our solar system.
This is all just basically our path of progress, basically an iteration on each vehicle. And that iterative process is a core part of how we work here at SpaceX. We like to test early and often, publicly as well in our case, and that's both for hardware and software. And while it doesn't always go as expected, we learn so much from it, and it informs our next attempt.
Yeah, we learn a lot from actually putting the vehicle through flight-like tests. Even the test on Monday gave us an opportunity to learn more about the vehicle into today's launch attempt, and so far things are looking really good. Now, we are continuing into our countdown. We're about T-minus 12 minutes to go. I think it's a perfect time for another check-in with John Insparker. How's it going, John?
Well, Shiva, the good news is that the nets are quiet. The teams are currently working. No significant launch vehicle issues. You can see the T-clock there on your screen, T-minus 12 minutes, 10 seconds, and counting. Propellant loading is continuing on both the Super Heavy and the ship stages. You can see the graphic on the left-hand side of the screen. Most recently, we began loading liquid oxygen and liquid methane fuel into the header tanks on Starship. Those are 2 small tanks just underneath the nose of the second stage. Now that started at T-minus 27 minutes. That'll be wrapping up at about that will be wrapping up about T-minus 9 minutes. Now the Starship second stage main fuel and LOX tanks are loaded for flight right now. The Super Heavy first stage booster propellant loading is continuing, and that'll go till about T-minus 3 minutes. We're underway with engine chill as we get ready for T0, and we're also configuring the launch pad for liftoff. The booster hold downs have been unlatched. They'll be ready to retract at liftoff, and the second stage quick disconnect is beginning its configuration for release. The methane and liquid oxygen propellants currently going to the second stage go through that quick disconnect. That's that arm that reaches out from the tower to the base of the second stage. The SpaceX team continues to check in with the Coast Guard. Good news is we've not heard any reports of boats in the safety perimeter as the launch vehicle heads out over the Gulf of Mexico. So right now, T-minus 10 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting. Everything continues to go well for an on-time launch.
Now, today's test flight is taking place out of our Starbase facility in South Texas, and that test site has gone through a huge amount of development over the last couple of years.
One thing I want to point out, this is a great view from our drone. Not only can we see the pad, but in the fog, kind of in the distance, in the background and to the left of the pad, you can actually see our production facility, which is the other part of Starbase in addition to the launch pad.
Of course, as part of rapidly iterating with our test program, we're also rapidly iterating on our production system to produce Starships and Super Heavies. Last year, the Starbase team produced 4 Starship Super Heavy boosters and 5 Starships, along with their 200th Raptor 2 engine, and they're only scaling up from there, Kate.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that for 2023, production has 5 boosters and 8 Starships going. So it's incredible. And it's important to have that system fill in basically the manufacturing line so that we have product ready to go as soon as we're done with this test.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, I mean, we talked about an order of magnitude more propellant, payload to orbit, but if you're going to go set up a base on the moon or Mars, you're going to need thousands of metric tons of propellants. And so you're going to need a fleet of vehicles that's capable of doing that.
Yeah, one thing to note, Starbase directly employs more than 1,800 employees. It's the largest employer in the area, in fact. And we're very thankful to Cameron County for being so supportive. This is a view from the Cameron County Amphitheater. And there's a crowd there, and you could tell by the energy here in Hawthorne as well that everyone's getting really exciting. I feel my own heart rate going up and up.
I know. It must be really, really exciting to go see this. And I mean, just the sheer amount of power on Starship, you're going to feel it down there when this thing lifts off from the pad. We've actually got a great shot here of the natural surroundings around the pad. Oddly enough, most of the pads end up being around sort of wild locations like this. But coming up on T-minus 8 minutes, I think it's another good time for check-in with John.
Thank you, Shiva. T-minus just over 8 minutes to the first test flight of Starship. Currently, we are pressurizing second stage. We are also closing out liquid oxygen and fuel header loads on the second stage. We're also getting ready for propellant load tank pressurization on the first stage. In fact, we are just now closing out header tank load on the second stage. Now with the header tanks loaded and closed out, that means we're down to just the first stage to finish loading. That'll finish about T-minus 3 minutes. And at that point, when both stages are loaded, we will have the 10 million pounds of liquid propellant on board. Now in the next few minutes, the guidance system will begin its final alignment for flight during a quiet period when the rocket's not doing anything. The automated flight termination system will be armed, and a final TVC checkout will be performed. Those are the engine wiggles, and hopefully we'll be able to see that with the cameras underneath the vehicle and maybe even the second stage engines. And there's a view looking underneath the Super Heavy first stage with the 33 Raptor engines. Now, a reminder as we continue counting down, if we do need to hold, the point where we hold the clock would be at T-minus 40 seconds. We can pause there. Typically in the past, if we need a little bit more time to finish final checkouts or do some pressurization of the onboard storage tanks, that's where we would hold. But currently, we're not hearing a need to hold, so at 6 minutes, 27 seconds, everything looks good. And of course, Kate, Shiva, as we get close, we're going to get into the engine ignition sequence of 33 Raptors, and that's going to be something new for everybody.
I cannot wait for that moment. So for those of you that are familiar with how we launch Falcon 9 rockets, you probably know that we light all 9 of those first stage Merlin 1D engines all at once. It's pretty different than what we do, or what we're attempting to do today. We're actually going to be igniting those 33 engines in banks or clusters, and that sequence starts at T-minus 6 seconds.
Yeah, and the ignition sequence is a little bit different, both in terms of the timing and also the ignition method. So on Falcon 9, we use a chemical called T-Tab. It's a pyrophoric material, so that means when you mix the two together, it produces a flame that kicks off that green characteristic spark on Falcon 9 missions. But actually on Starship, we use electrical ignition systems. Many of those are integrated on the ground system here. And the electrical ignition, we start lighting the banks at T-minus 6 seconds, and then over the next 4 seconds, the 3 sets of banks will ignite and eventually bring the booster up to a thrust to weight greater than 1 and hopefully ascend.
Super exciting. Like we said, pretty different from our Falcon 9 launches, and so this will be the first time that any of us have gotten to see this type of integrated test flight with both the Starship and the Super Heavy booster.
Everyone's cheering as we get into T-minus 5 minutes.
We want to remind everyone that success today is anything.
Yeah, it looks fun down there. I kind of want to go join them.
For today, success is anything that we learn that helps improve the future builds of Starship. If we lift off and clear the pad, we're calling that a win.
A great shot of the pad there. A great shot of the quick disconnect on the second stage. You can see the frost line on the booster where that methane is fully topped up. I think we're just coming up on the last few minutes here of propellant fill on the booster. Now that quick disconnect is going to separate away as we actually get into the ignition sequence, but it's providing electrical connections now and also providing the propellants that we're loading into the vehicle.
Yeah. We're just now under 4 minutes until liftoff of the Starship flight test. We've been following along for what honestly seems like days and days now, but really it kind of comes down to years. It has been a long time to get to where we are today. Now, fast forwarding a little bit, we have the opportunity to hold, if necessary, at 40 seconds, and we are able to hold there for about 15 minutes, or up to 15 minutes, and still be able to lift off.
Yeah, and that's a little bit different from Falcon for the propellant sequence on Falcon that we don't have the opportunity to hold. So that's a cool new capability on Starship.
Yep. Right now, T-minus 3 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. We got some great views from the drone. It's nice that the fog is slowly lifting. We get some of the blue skies, hopefully good views. What we're waiting for right now is closeout of propellant loading on the first stage. That should be wrapping up here shortly. In fact, it looks like fuel fill and drain valves are coming closed. That means first stage is fully loaded, second stage fully loaded, and that 10 million pounds of propellant on board the Starship launch vehicle.
I want to take a quick moment to say that the crowd energy here is electric. I feel like it's Falcon Heavy test demo all over again.
And hopefully you'll hear us as we get into the plus count. But right now, next activity is coming up. The flight termination system arms at T-minus 2 minutes. Thrust vector control checkouts at T-minus 2 minutes. And then after that, major activity will be the T-minus 40-second gate. There's a view looking up at the 33 Raptor engines. There are 20 engines in a circle on the outside, and as Shiva said earlier, 13 engines on the center. Those are the ones that gimbal and steer the
I don't think I've ever seen someone so excited for TBC wiggles.
Love this view. These are the 33 Raptor engines at the base of the Super Heavy booster. I think we can see those wiggles now.
We're currently inside 90 seconds. Next major activity, T-minus 40 seconds. That is a gate, a decision point. We're waiting. Possibility the propulsion team may need a few minutes. Flight termination system is armed for flight. We're getting ready for T-minus 1 minute and counting. No, T-minus 1 minute and counting. Next, we'll see as we get past T-minus 40 seconds for final checks of the vehicle. Okay, you can see the clock has recycled. flight director has called a hold. We are recycling. For the moment, we'll see where they move the clock back to. They could hold at T-minus 40 seconds. They could go to an earlier point. Give us a minute to listen into the nets, and we'll see if we can get you more information to share. John Innsbrucker again here at the Hawthorne webcast desk. We're holding a T-minus 40 seconds. What we've heard so far is we have a couple of issues we're working. One is the booster tank pressurization. Final pressurization was just a little bit long. That's not unusual. We've held at T-minus 40 seconds before to pressurize. That appears to have been resolved. At the same time on the second stage, they're working some final purging. We should know very shortly if that is cleared and if we'll continue the countdown.
Everyone, especially that person, is excited to keep going. Like John said, we should know shortly if we are able to continue. But as we mentioned before, we are able to hold up to 15 minutes and still be able to lift off today.
Yeah, on Falcon 9, it's a little bit different. Once we start propellant loading, we pretty much have to go at the targeted time. Otherwise, the propellants can warm up and we may not have the performance for that particular mission profile. It's a little bit different on Starship.
Folks, if I can interrupt,
yeah,
it looks like they're clearing all the flags, and we're going to release at T-minus 40 seconds.
That is amazing news.
Amazing.
Team working quickly through their issues on first and second stages.
And I'm sure all of the rehearsals and simulations that they've been doing have prepared them to evaluate this data quickly to try to get us in for today's launch attempt.
For those of you just joining, we have a brief hold at the T-minus 40 second mark. The team is resolving one issue with the bleed purge on the stage 2 Raptors. Like John just said, the teams are quickly working that, and it looks like the flags are being cleared as we speak. So we should be able to resume the launch countdown any moment now.
And it's worth noting on Starship that once we resume the countdown, it restarts from the 40-second period, and then we keep going unless another condition pops up. So stick around, because Starship could be going here real soon.
Don't walk away, that's for sure. Amazing views here coming to us from Starbase, Texas.
Cheering to close the start again.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, After chamber pressure is nominal.
+43 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower clear to land a pitch over. Propulsion reports first stage engines nominal. What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase. We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
Acquisition signal, surface proceed.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure. As the velocity increases, the density of the atmosphere is decreasing,
Max Q.
lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out, max. Continuing to watch the first stage as we head downrange. A 100 seconds into flight. Our next major activity is going to be shutdown of the first stage. The Houston tracking station now acquiring the vehicle. With shutdown, we will get separation of Starship from Super Heavy and ignition of the Starship engines. When Starship separates, we light up 6 engines in a staggered sequence. And if all goes well, those 6 engines will burn for almost 6.5 minutes. Onboard view from Starship. And there's views of the Raptor engines on the second stage as we prepare for stage separation. Now after stage separation, the first stage will flip and begin a boost back maneuver for landing in the Gulf. Continuing to fly, 2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's get ready for main engine cutoff.
Booster engine cutoff.
Beginning the flip for stage separation.
As of right now, we are awaiting stage separation, where Starship should separate from the Super Heavy booster.
Yeah, Kate, right now it looks like we saw the start of the flip, but obviously we're seeing from the ground cameras the entire Starship stack continuing to rotate. We should have had separation by now. Obviously, this is does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake. And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the Starship inaugural integrated test flight.
Pumped to clear the pad and make it this far into the test flight, the first integrated flight of the booster and the Starship vehicle.
Live view there of our control center at Starbase, which we refer to as Star Command. As we said before, obviously we wanted to make it all the way through, but to get this far, honestly, is amazing.
Well, if you're just joining us, Starship just experienced what we call a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or a RUD, during ascent. But now this was a development test. This is the first test flight of Starship, and the goal was to gather the data, and as we said, clear the pad and get ready to go again. So you never know exactly what's going to happen, but as we promised, excitement is guaranteed.
Gather some data. How does this vehicle perform? And undoubtedly, they have a lot of work to do over the next few weeks and months.
As we mentioned at the start of today's program, any and all the data that we collected during the test is going to help us with further development of Starship, and it's going to improve the vehicle's reliability as SpaceX seeks to make life multiplanetary. It's really worth noting that the flight path was designed to be over water and all the air and sea space. Along with that flight path and those surrounding areas were cleared in advance of the test. And of course, we're going to be coordinating with local authorities for the recovery operations.
But honestly, what an exciting morning. Oh my gosh. We had a successful liftoff from Starbase, Texas at 8:28 a.m. Central Time. We cleared the tower, which honestly was our only hope. We cleared the tower, and all the data that we collected all the way through all those Raptor, those 33, although I think we saw that 3 Raptor engines were out, but we got all that data, and we got so far as to hoping to see the Starship, the second stage, separate from the first stage, the Super Heavy booster. And unfortunately, we didn't make that happen, but that's okay. It was the first integrated launch, and honestly, today was amazing.
Absolutely incredible day. We made it through a number of those initial test objectives with getting booster ascent, getting all the way through the countdown, working some issues at the end. Like, really fantastic day.
Got through the gate at T-minus 40 seconds on the second try. Everything out of the way, and then we got the vehicle off of the pad through max Q all the way up to stage separation, even starting into the prep for stage sep. And then, as we say, a lot of excitement.
Yep. Honestly, my face has had a smile on it since liftoff, and now my face hurts. Now, since we don't have any insights on the cause of our rapid unscheduled disassembly at this point, we're going to end our webcast here. Teams will continue to review the data and work toward our next flight test. But before we go, a big congrats to the entire SpaceX team on an exciting first integrated flight test of Starship. And of course, a shout out to our viewers. We appreciate you joining us. And as always, we thank you for your interest in Starship, SpaceX, and your ongoing support. Till next time.
Like we saw ignition, we saw the dust cloud, we were all expecting, and at that point, my eyes were just on the top of the vehicle, just watching and waiting and hoping to see it start to move off the pad. And sure enough, you start to see it. I can't even talk. I'm sorry. You can see it climb off the pad, and it did kind of I don't even know, a tower avoidance maneuver. I don't even know what you did. Yeah,
I also saw, I think, Jack, I also think I saw multiple Raptors flaming out, because you could see while it climbing, like it suddenly just started to emitting like a red flame, and I think there was just Raptors flaming out. I don't know. This was like yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so I have to confess, from my perspective, it was mostly an auditory experience. It climbed into clouds almost immediately. But here's the thing. It was amazing. I mean, I'm looking at a photo. I'm editing a photo right now, and it's utterly insane. I'm so beyond happy with how that went. But
the sound. Jack, I don't even know. Jack, you were like 4 miles away. We were 6 miles away. You were 4 miles away over there, weren't you?
Yeah, that was insane. Like I've never heard a sound like that. Not in my entire life. Not ever. Not once. Of all the rocket launches I've ever seen in my entire life, of all the cool things I've seen that I've been fortunate enough, let's be honest, I've been fortunate enough to see in my entire life, I've never seen anything like that. Like, that was just utterly, utterly insane. I cannot wait to go back and watch all the footage. I cannot wait to go back and watch our stream and grok what's going on. I've got a photo for you here. I'm gonna throw it in the old control center if you want to put it up there.
And in the meantime, since we're waiting on that replay, I'm going to go edit that, get that up for you guys hopefully in the next few minutes. In the meantime, I am going to sign off temporarily, and we'll talk with you guys soon.
Nice. And folks, you know what we're doing. We have all the different things that comes into our systems. We have prints that are going to come out. We have videos. We're going to have clips and replays and all sorts of stuff. So if you thought that was the whole show, every one of our cameras that you didn't see during the launch, during the actual live stream, we are pulling that now so we can show it to you. So that is what we're up to. Don't go anywhere. We have all sorts of replays and recaps and still photos coming in from the remote cameras and all sorts of stuff happening right now. I'm starting to ping the people that I know this stuff is coming from. We got this image coming from Jack. Oh, wait a second. That's my view, though. Look at my view on the screen. Did my stream feel? No, my stream didn't freeze because there's not a rocket on the pad anymore. Am I the only one talking? Am I even here anymore?
I can't even. I'm sorry. I'm just like I can't even believe what we just saw. I can't even believe we saw what we just saw.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My brain kind of just shut down, not just from the launch, but because Jack's photos are starting to come in, and oh my God, Jack, you are amazing.
So guys, is every rocket launch like this? Like, this is normal, right? This is normal experience.
I wouldn't say that.
I think I'm detecting a bit of German sarcasm there.
Yeah, a bit, a tiny bit.
So Adrian, when are you looking for houses?
No, I was gonna say. So Adrian, does this mean we can finally watch The Fifth Element?
I think we just got a bit more time.
Oh my God!
Sounds like
all right,
the 15th
tweet it. I
element,
tweeted it.
the 33 element. Let's make sure we get some of those tweets linked up in chat here for people that want to see these stills and stuff like that happening. I cannot believe that thing just went. I don't know what to call it other than that thing.
After so long, after so many years, after so much waiting, it's finally happened. We've taken our next steps into the solar system. Now we're looking at an empty pad. It's amazing. It's utterly amazing.
It's crazy, and my brain just shut down right at engine ignition because I was thinking, okay, engine's ignited. They're probably going to shut it down. They're going to run into some issue, and they didn't shut down, and they kept going and kept going. We lost sight of it for a few seconds because of the dust cloud at liftoff, but my brain was like, okay, it's not stopped. Where is it? And then all of a sudden you see it come out of the South Beach camp, pitching off the pad. I'm like, oh my God, it's like the Saturn V pitching away. Oh, that was phenomenal. And
can we talk about the plume for a second? What a beautiful plume. I mean, I can't even, like, it's just so gorgeous. Part of my heart hurts that it immediately went into clouds from my perspective. Was that the same for you, Das? Did it go straight into a cloud, or did you guys have viz on it for a while?
No, we saw it the whole way. We tracked it. Michael and I both had it on the trackers. I don't even know what the trackers are going to show. It was such a different launch that it wasn't getting recognized, but we were manually controlling the trackers, and we were able to keep it in frame for a lot of the time, but it wasn't just following a trajectory. It seemed to be doing loop-de-loops in the sky or something. And it was like, okay, wait, back right again, and then we need to go left. I do want to say something real quick. Patrick, I don't know if you've got our truck cam available to show. One of our remote cameras got knocked over, and it's still kicking. It's still live, but I do see some dark sort of smoke emanating from the direction of the launch.
what an amazing event this was. This feels like Christmas morning to the power of 15. This is and there's a SpaceX drone expecting the pad right there. Unreal. And we're seeing here in the back panel here a lot of amazing support from everyone tuning in here. Tons of store messages, new memberships, super chats, tips at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. To everyone, I'm so sorry we're not gonna be able to read through all of these, but genuinely,
There's no way.
thank you so much for all this support. It's only gonna make us come back stronger for flight number 2, and I cannot wait to see what tech magic Dawson the whole team does for flight number 2, because you know there's gonna be a lot of lessons learned from this on how to make things even better. So to everyone who's thank you so much. But anyway, back to what we just saw. Holy, it's in such great shape. Like there's probably some damage here and there, but it is structurally there, and I cannot believe that. Oh my god.
Sorry, Ian, I'm pinging cameras to see which cameras are still alive right now.
Dawson,
Like,
you are good.
I want to find another cameras that's like fallen over or something.
Interrupt me. I'm going to keep on talking here. Jack, you're welcome to talk as well. But Doss and Adrian, you could talk too. But Doss, if something comes up, interrupt me immediately. But
I will.
Yeah, tremendous shot.
Look at the pad performing. I think like a purge.
Yeah, it's doing a clean right now. Definitely not chilling, but shutting down the tank farm now. We can see there's definitely some damage there, some fence damage, some debris. Looks like maybe some minor fires there along the road as well. Not surprising given everything that just happened right now. But yeah, crazy. And it seems like that vent we're looking at right now in center camera is coming from around the methane tanks of the tank farm. I don't know exactly what that is. That could just be a vent for all we know, but going to keep our eyes on that for a little bit. Again, still cannot believe what just happened there. We got a ton of store orders coming in. Thank you everyone with that. Crazy. Adrian, we still have you, I think, maybe. Any other thoughts you want to share? Anything going through your head right now?
I mean, this was just like the moment it started to move. Like, there's one thing seeing the Raptors, and then I almost thought it was an abort. Like it felt like it took forever before suddenly you saw the tip moving. Like everything else was inside this giant cloud, like dust cloud, but the tip started to move, and then you're like, okay, it's on. It's apparently on.
Yeah.
And then they just went. It's, I don't know. This is amazing. This was phenomenal to see.
Okay, time out. Can we get the remote camera in? The up it finally goes. Are we able to show that real quick, or do we need to take a second here? Because we have some of the remote close-in shots already coming in right now. I don't know if we're able to. There's a lot of smoke coming from over there. There's a lot of venting. There's a lot of smoke.
Yeah. Oh, looks like some proper smoke maybe coming from around the base of the site. Definitely going to keep our eyes on that. Again, this is not surprising. This is the first test, the first all-up test of this launch site as well. So if there's some damage here and there, not surprising. But be sure to be subscribed to NASA Spaceflight, because without any doubt over the coming days, we're going to have some great videos from around the site. Once they open the road, safety area, definitely going to have some great overview videos. So be sure to stay tuned for that. I know I will.
I wonder if the windows are still in the van.
Yesterday when I saw pictures of the van setup, I'm like, I hope they have some spare windows ready. Yeesh. But hopefully it's still drivable. Anyway, I'm still physically shaking. I can't believe that happened. This is really like the maiden flight of a huge vehicle. This is basically the Saturn V kind of our generation right now. That and SLS. And speaking of Saturn V, of course, the record has now been broken. The most capable, the highest thrust, the tallest, the most massive launch vehicle ever. All those records have now been broken by Starship and Super Heavy today with liftoff. So records broken today, and crazy amounts of data have been gathered for the team. Of course, obviously this was not the perfect outcome, but this is going to be so much data, so much information for the team to pour through, and it's going to make the next flight with Booster 9 and whatever ship to be even better.
Who on the NSF team is glad they didn't go to Hawaii and came here instead?
Me.
I mean, it has probably less mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah, but still, you would have watched it online. Wow. Yeah, I'm not getting any of the cameras on the van right now. I can talk to the brain of the van. I can talk to the router in the middle of the van right now. I mean, I'll update everybody. We're interested in this. But none of the cameras on the roof of the van are still up. And the one camera that got knocked over, I wonder if it could roll that enough that it could roll so it could see the launch site. I don't know if that's a thing. It's got a tripod. No, it's on a tripod. I'm not going to be able to roll it like a droid or something.
That would be hilarious. But man, crazy, crazy, crazy. We got some shots there of the tank farm venting down.
Oh no!
What's up?
Hang on, I'll talk in just a second.
Copy that, DOS. So you can see the tank farm there. Everything is being vented down, not chilling everything, cooling everything down, spooling things down, getting the site safe. But still, look at that. There's obviously some damage around the base of the tower, base of the launch mount, but still tremendous, tremendous outcome right there. And again, coming up just about 30 minutes after liftoff, we got a ton of support here. So thank you to everyone grabbing things off the store. Some of our new metal prints, we have some going up right now, actually, as a matter of fact. We have some shirts, of course. We have the patches and stickers are being sold at a crazy, crazy, crazy rate. So thank you to everyone for that. We have some crazy super chats here from Rage with $420. Thank you so much for that, Ray. That means an immense, immense amount of support to us. And that's going to, like I said, it's going to go towards making things even better for flight number 2 coming up. So thank you so much for that, Ray. And of course, everyone else for your support.
Hey, I've got a status update on the windows in the van. I see 2 of the 3 windows in the van right now. I don't know if the production team wants to show this shot or not. It looks like our point-to-point, I don't know if that's just a perspective thing or what, but the solar panel's there on top of the van, and then the 2 windows are still there on this side, but the back window looks like it may not be there. I'm not sure if y'all are getting a signal from that or not, but anyways, I'm really curious.
Not seeing anything on my end here on the production side, but
yeah, gotcha.
Still crazy. Oh, and there's a shot. Oh, never mind. But yeah, crazy thing there. And of course, hope everybody's cameras out there are safe, but I don't know how much that hoping is going to do there.
Yeah, I don't know what good hoping is gonna.
I don't think that much. I don't think it's gonna do that much, DOS, unfortunately. Oh, but man, anyone else in here have any thoughts? Anything going through your head, Adrian, Jack, DOS? Anything at all that's been processed, or at least trying to process?
Atmosphere, Ian. Like the atmosphere was so cool. You could see everybody standing on their balconies and on their and everything. And I also want to showcase something very special here, because we have something up in our store in the metal print section by Mr. Nick Ansuini, which is a metal print of the launch.
There was one point. I'm sorry, I'm composing myself a little bit better. There was one point where it was kind of just chilling up there, and I was legit scared for my safety. looking up at it and be like, I know how big that thing is. It's looking down on me. A little raptor rich. Like, Fun times.
That means now might be a good time to check out the replay then.
Absolutely, Sawyer, take us away.
Well, I'll let the audio speak for itself on the replay. You can hear those 33 Raptor engines on the replay. And there's just a quick look at some of the cameras that we have here. There's so many more that I'll be able to go through and edit more, but there's just a great look at that flight. And yeah, that audio, very, very loud and still very exciting.
Yeah, and supposedly all of our mics blew out, so...
Yes. I was listening to all the sound that we had there, and every single one of them is quite blown out.
Excellent work on that edit, Sawyer, before the sound comes in again.
Thanks. Yeah, that was meant to be the quick quick turnaround so you guys get a taste of what we've got for you.
Again, looks like we're going for a bit of a slow-mo replay on this. Again, we got some great shots there from our south camera, then we switched over to the northern camera. Before, it looked like we had a manually tracked camera. Was that towards about like 30 seconds in, Sawyer?
I have to double check if that was manual or auto-tracked.
Gotcha. Either way,
yeah,
it was a tracked camera.
Yeah, we had a couple of auto-track cameras going there as well.
Excellent.
But yeah, looking through it now in slow motion.
I cannot wait to watch this like 500 more times in the next 2 days and look at everything. It's what? And I already, like, we have some photographers up here and I can already tell you there's some amazing shots coming. It's crazy how good. Oh, it's this is just unbelievable. Everything I think we could have hoped for. Everything.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. By the way, I like how this view shows that kind of slide it did a bit at the end there. And if you keep watching through some of the replays, there is a point you will notice that looks like a big red flash, which we believe to be the flame out on one of the Raptor engines. So you can see some of the Raptor engines flame out if you look closely into the plume as it continues upward.
Unreal.
Yeah, again, the shock coming off the bottom there is unbelievably beautiful too. Just coming off the bottom of that contrail, the plume.
And look at the plume. The plume's about twice the size of
That looks like a raptor out there.
Yep, looks like a raptor had a hard failure there. Again, we're gonna have to wait and see what that was, but whew. And you can notice the exhaust is very sooty. Definitely shows a bit of a fuel rich there, or something like that.
And again, the soot is typically associated with more of the carbon-based fuels like RP1 or kerosene. So that might be something else hardware-wise that may have caused that.
Yep. But again, the vehicle kept going. It kept pushing. I believe I heard the call out, maybe over like my internal screaming, I heard the call out for max Q. So the vehicle definitely made it supersonic. Looks like it made it to max Q before it began tumbling. So that was quite a long flight profile that they had there, even though of course it did fail in the end. That's a lot of good data on how, the remaining about 28 or so Raptor engines continued firing. It's going to go great into making Raptor 2 even more reliable for future tests and having a better vehicle overall.
Exactly. Oh boy, that again, it's a bit of a shame how it ended, but the biggest thing is what you see on the right side of your screen right now. And that is, I've been saying this at the beginning, hashtag save stage 0.
Absolutely. And yeah, it looks like they did do their job of saving stage 0. And unfortunately, there's the vehicle being destroyed by the automated flight termination system. Looks like the booster went first and then the ship afterwards, or maybe in that opposite order, but definitely was a staggered termination there.
Yeah, that. But again, it's a good way you can see there the two different automated flight termination systems there.
Yes,
and there's the update from Elon.
Saying congrats to SpaceX team on an exciting test of Starship. They learned a lot from this test, and for the next test launch in a few months. So no solid timeline on when the second flight will be, of course, but we're definitely going to keep our ears out, and it probably will become a bit more clear over the coming weeks and months. Of course, it's probably far too early to get an estimate on the next launch date, but very, very excited for that test flight.
Yeah, and the fact that, again, stage 0 saved means we can hopefully fly again in a few months, which is unbelievable. And there's already been upgrades to Ship 26 and Booster 9, so we'll see what, if any, changes they end up making to them after this flight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be worth keeping an eye out. Of course, yeah, like you said, Ship 26 or possibly Ship 28, depending on which path SpaceX chooses to take for the next flight, both of which sport multiple upgrades. So the next vehicle should, in theory, be a bit better from the get-go. But of course, it would not be surprising if they choose to go back, retrofit some fixes in there that they learned from this flight to get an even better vehicle for the next mission. But overall, again, it's important to keep in mind here that SpaceX said this was a test flight. They wanted to see how far they could take it, and honestly, the fact that the employees were cheering there in the webcast was very, very exciting to see. It seems that SpaceX is very excited on how the test went, and they're going to get a great amount of data to pour through over the coming weeks.
Yeah, and seeing Elon in the Launch Control Center, same thing. It looked like they were still very excited about it, and they should be. They made it past the launch pad. They made it past Max Q. They learned a lot on this flight. So it's not a failure. It's a test flight. So in a test flight, you want to push everything to its limit. So that is a successful test flight.
Absolutely. I mean, looking back, literally look to SpaceX's history with Falcon 1, their first ever try at a rocket. It took 4 tries for them to get it to fly successfully to orbit. And I mean, even looking back at the Starship program, it took them, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Starships from SN8 to SN15 to get a successful landing of a vehicle. So it's not a surprise that this vehicle didn't make it all the way to the suborbital trajectory, but still, it gave them a ton of data, and the next few flights are going to be very interesting as they work to perfect this design and get it fully working. Real quick, while we have a moment, I want to thank just a few more people with just some tremendous support. Remy Turk here with a €100 super chat saying hashtag empty pad, hashtag when next hop. So thank you very much for that support, Remy. And again, thank you to everyone who's been supporting us through super chat, stores, tips at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Just tremendous. It's so appreciated, and we're so sorry we can't get to every message, but we'd be here for hours if we did so. And again, we're getting a new replay here of the liftoff that we saw just under 45 minutes ago.
Yep, taking a look at that same replay, just without the sound in slower motion, so people can hopefully help analyze and take a look at what happened, see if there's anything that we missed, especially keeping an eye in this early part of flight, watching stage 0, watching the early Raptors and seeing that little slide right there.
Yes, the power slide off the pad. I'm wondering if that was intentional or if that was a byproduct of some of the engines failing. I would not be surprised if that was on purpose. Reminds me of like back in the Saturn V days and some other rockets as well, where they pitch away from the pad just to avoid any impact with the tower.
True. We have also seen some vehicles that have done that unintentionally as well, so it could be either or.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, it avoided hitting the tower, which is a fantastic thing.
Absolutely. Real quick, I want to thank Liz McQuad for saying fly Starship Fly with a $50 super chat, as well as Jeff with another $50 super chat saying they've been a fan since Mercury and they're so excited to see this. So thank you to both of you for that tremendous amount of support. Again, going through another replay here of the flight. Just about 45 minutes ago, we saw a liftoff of the first ever Starship integrated flight test. The vehicle made it about a minute to a minute and a half into flight, made it past max Q with several engines flaming out along the way. Unfortunately, it began tumbling in a few minutes, just a little bit into flight, and was terminated by the automatic flight termination system. Again, it looks like about 5 or so Raptors ended up flaming out at the end of the flight there. Not too unexpected given the relative youngness of Raptor, or the relative youth, I guess, of the Raptor program.
I mean, it happened. It's finally not a if it, will it, when hop. It's did hop. So yeah, we had the successful launch, and that's exciting on its own right there. It's one of those where, just like Artemis, you see it starting to get close to T0, and you're like, there's no way. No, it's not actually. Then the engine's light.
Yeah.
Then you see it lift, and it's, oh my gosh, it does. It went.
It went hop. I don't know, but I'm still. I feel so bad. I have work to be doing tonight, but man, I'm not going to get anything done today. I've straight up accepted that fact because I'm just going to be watching all of these replays from all of the different points of view. I'm sure we have Brady working on a new video right now, an overall video is going up soon. And I can't wait to see all the views in there, as well as, of course, the remote photography, if any cameras even survived. Man, it's going to be an exciting few days, and I'm so glad all of you are along here for the ride with us.
Yeah, I got you as well. I got one more edit that'll be coming for you hopefully soon.
Ooh, more Sawyer edits. Hashtag when edit. Oh boy, but man, still a very, very exciting day. We've made a first major step towards Mars, I guess you could say. I don't even know what else to say now, but man. And you can see the orbital launch site there. The tank farm is still is continuing to safe itself and get itself spooled down after the launch about 48 minutes ago. So definitely going to keep our eyes on that over the next few hours and next 2 days, see what SpaceX does, see when the road opens too, of course, because once the road opens, we'll get some great video and photography from all of the NSF team who are out there. And yeah, very excited to see what that entails. And again, we're going to keep showing this replay here just for a little bit till we get the next video in queue coming up. Again, thank you so much to everyone for all the support here. I saw someone gifted 50 Red Team memberships. I feel so bad that I lost a spot in the queue for that, but to whoever did that, thank you genuinely so much. And to anyone who has gifted a membership today, be sure to say thank you to those who gifted them.
I will be back then to see if I can get to a fancy edit and hopefully get that to you in the next 30 minutes or so.
Sounds great, Sawyer. And again, we have a live shot here of the orbital tank farm slowly spooling itself down. Again, from a quick view here, it doesn't seem like there's any significant damage, but of course, looks can be deceiving, and we don't have a great up-close shot of the test site. One thing that I have been noticing is that the cladding around the base of the launch tower is a bit spotty and a bit roughed up in some areas. Again, not too unexpected given the fact that this was a first launch. We also do have speaking of photos and photography from our team, we do have an incoming photo from Jack, who was out at one of our sites there looking at the launch today. So excellent shot there of Starship clearing the dust cloud. And you can see the plume there, the purple on the outside, the pink, and then the the orange towards the inside. So amazing, amazing visuals during flight today. Now,
yeah, that was nuts. I mean, just from this perspective, we lost it basically immediately into the clouds. So I'm glad that everyone out at South Padre Island had eyes on it as it climbed and did its loop-de-loops and all the insanity that ensued. Because holy cow, like what an amazing sight to see that must have been. It was amazing to see it lift off the pad and clear the dust cloud. Just, I'm at a loss for words. It was utterly, utterly surreal.
Yeah, exactly. It's been pretty crazy, and we got a lot of talented people out there in the field, but of course we have some people back here in the studio. And speaking of in the studio, we have Ryan, one of our commentators, hosts, editors. You do a lot there, Ryan. Ryan, tell me, how are you feeling? We're about 50 minutes after liftoff. What was this like for you?
It's been 50 minutes already. Oh my days! I was not even looking at the time. Well, I was watching that. I was hanging out in the back channel with Kevin and Patrick punching the show. And that was an event and a half, I have to tell you. I'm a bit disappointed. I thought it would go a bit further than T+3 and a bit minutes or whatever, but that was absolutely incredible, especially when we got the close-up shots of the Raptors. It gave me N1 vibes, and it's just that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It was just absolutely incredible. Yeah. I have no other words for that apart from incredible, because that's what it was.
Exactly, yeah. I really don't have any words as well, and I have so many friends messaging me saying, "Oh my god, it was so crazy!" Like, it's so fun to see how excited people got over this. This was such a significant event here. Not just, of course, for some beautiful visuals, which we did get some beautiful visuals here, but in the terms of spaceflight history, like this is the next big rocket. Of course, we have SLS now online, Falcon Heavy, of course, but this thing is a whole nother ball game, and it has the potential to be something amazing. So I feel like we just took our first big steps out into some great future ahead.
I absolutely agree with you, Ian, and I'm back. Sorry, it got a bit of chaotic here, but we are back. I feel like this was a very, very good first flight. Like, I think we all said before, like, the minimum expectation is it clears the pad successfully, and we are getting there. And I mean, it did, right? It did clear the pad successfully, and yeah, I mean, it got pretty far, I would say.
It did, yeah. It made it pretty far into flight. Of course, not like, all the way to re-entry like some people were hoping, but man, still, that was the first ever test of the booster. If you think about it, like with the ship, they've had a bit of an advantage from the suborbital test flights that they had, the flip and burns and all of that. But the booster had never left the pad under its own power. So this was a very, very big milestone. And the fact that, only lost a few engines. Of course, you don't want to lose any engines, but for such a young and relatively unflown engine such as Raptor, it's incredibly complicated too. This was a great all-up test of everything involved.
I'm personally very looking forward to seeing the aerial shots that we get from those. how can we help Nick and his cameras? Well, there are many different cameras at the launch site that all seem to have got obscured with a lot of smoke and well, it's not really smoke, it's just dust being brought up from the ground. Ian, I'm not sure if we'll get, fingers crossed, everybody got the shots that they wanted, but Ian, I'm not too sure if the smoke and, no, I keep calling it smoke, the dust would have obscured a lot of those shots.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we expected, based on the static fires, for there to be a huge dust cloud, and yeah, I was not surprised the fact that there was a huge dust cloud, and of course, it did obstruct the initial view of liftoff, but man, still, just the shots of the vehicle leaving the pad and then coming through the dust cloud, doing that pitch over maneuver away from the pad to keep the pad and the tower safe. Crazy. And speaking of the pad, we can actually see here, looking right at the pad, one of the doors was blown open on the launch mount itself, and also on the booster quick disconnect hood. It kind of looks like a panel was blown out there as well. Again, not too surprising given the power of this vehicle and the fact that it was a first test of it, but man, yeah, crazy power behind all that vehicle. Let's see.
Looking through for some questions.
Yeah, I'm looking through. Thank you everyone for the support. We really appreciate every single one here. Unfortunately, we cannot read through all of them like we said, but man, it really goes a long way. And it's gonna, the lessons that we've learned from this in terms of our media gathering, and of course all the amazing support from all of you, is going to make the flight number 2 even more spectacular in terms of imagery that we get. So thank you to all of you for that. And a question here from Karsten, actually. Ryan, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't really looking for it, but did you see any tiles come off from the ship during launch? Did we lose a lot of tiles, or was it too far away to see, or were you not even just thinking about that? Because I wasn't thinking about that.
I was more focused on the fact that a 120 meter tall rocket was leaving the pad for the first time ever.
Yes.
I'm quickly skimming through the replay here. I think, unfortunately, the size of the tiles compared to the size of Starship and the feeds and the cameras that we have access to makes it quite difficult to see what happened to the heat shield tiles. They seem, especially from a distance, the fidelity really isn't there. So I'm not going to make any judgments on if any heat shield tiles fell off. And also, especially at the point of ignition, if anything fell off, because again, the entire launch site was covered in a cloud of dust, so that makes it extra difficult to find out. I don't know whether when remote pickup finally happens, whether people will start finding just random tiles just laying about anywhere, or if they would have shattered upon impact with the ground.
Yeah, and looking through the flight, so overall it looked like most of them stuck on. Would not be shocked at all if some came off, but yeah, overall it seemed to fare relatively well. But yeah, amazing. It's still just going through my head what we just saw.
Yeah, I keep skimming through this, and unfortunately, by the time that like through max Q and whatnot, the vehicle is just, that kind of detail just can't be made out in the vehicle. But what I can bring you is the timeline, which we lost the Raptors. So between T0 and T plus 15 seconds, 3 Raptors have been lost. That's basically when the graphic showing us the Raptor status came on screen. So I'm not sure whether they would have been lost before release of the booster. I doubt they would have lost it before release of the booster, but I don't know, we haven't had any official word on that. So at some point between T0, or between ignition, and T plus 15 seconds, we had lost 3 Raptors. At T plus 40 seconds, we lost a 4th Raptor, and at T plus 62, we lost a 5th. So 5 Raptors in total on the booster had been lost. And also for a second there, on the broadcast, a 6th had been lost, but only for about 10 to 15 seconds. So that's all the data we have at the moment.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Ryan. Appreciate that as always. But yeah, we're continuing. Of course, we have some live shots here of some live shots here of the orbital launch pad. Again, the tank farm is beginning to safe it, or continuing to safe itself after liftoff. The road is obviously still closed. The beach is still closed. So it's probably gonna be a little while. I would be surprised if even today the road was open to the public. But as soon as it does open, of course, stay tuned to the channel. Stay tuned to all of our socials, as well as all our photographers, for up close shots of the launch site. And right now, actually, I'm going to toss it over to Adrian. I believe we have some big announcements to make in terms of the store. So, Adrian, what's happening over there?
Yeah, you know, we like to do designs that are celebrating things that we found really amazing, and also SpaceX finds really amazing. Everybody seems to be very much liking this on their SpaceX side. So we created a special design for the Not So Orbital Club, a successor kinda to our initial landing club. Here you can see it. It's now available in the store. Our new shirt design celebrating this amazing flight. I think it was just an astonishing flight to see, and I think it deserves a celebration. So that's why we have this amazing design. I love the upper stage design here, which you can see how we have this on our special page for this. Hoodies, t-shirts, everything available with this, and I think it's a very fitting design for such a phenomenal flight. And also, if you could quickly go to the metal print section, there's also another second metal print up. Nick is really pulling out all stops here, as we said, all stops. Here's his second lift-off shot. I will unmute the photographer here right now.
Yeah, let's just say when I saw that picture, I was like, you are gonna be a metal print. Yeah, that is pretty crazy, and I like it. I hope you like it. And look at them methane flames.
Thank you, Nick. And again, we have the orbital, the Not So Orbital Club ready for you, and we have two amazing lift-off metal prints. So get to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and feel free to enjoy them.
Absolutely. And again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's a great way to support the work that we do. We've been seeing a ton of support coming through there in the back panel here. So thank you to everyone for all of that support. And of course, thank you to everyone for super chats and things along those lines. It really, really does go a long way. Now, of course, we're keeping an eye out here from the one of our beach cams on the orbital launch site. Again, sitting empty just over an hour after the orbital flight. Whew, I cannot believe we just saw that. But yeah, again, the site it's safing itself. SpaceX is probably going to be celebrating throughout all of this night, that is for sure. We have a question here from Benjamin saying, how well did the quick disconnect survive? Well, it seems like, of course, we saw a panel there blown out on the booster quick disconnect hood. So I'm not sure what the damage on that would look like. The ship quick disconnect seems to be somewhat intact. I'm surprised the arm didn't seem to throw back at liftoff, unless I missed that. But yeah, crazy shots there. So thanks for the question there, Benjamin. Real quick, Jack, are you here with us? I saw you hop back in. Do you have any thoughts coming in, or do we not have you here yet?
I'm here. I'm just sort of unraveling what we just saw in my head. That was absolutely insane. I mean, I'm just wow. I wish I had something brilliant or eloquent to say. I don't really. I mean, I'm just excited. I'm excited that it worked. And it worked quite well. And in all the streams that we did leading up to this, you know, we frequently got questions along the lines of how far do we think it's going to get into flight? At what point do we think it's going to fail? You know, all of those sorts of things. And I think it did incredibly well. You know, the launch site is intact. They gathered many seconds of valuable data. Surely they will turn around and produce even better and even more reliable Raptor engines, and you know, Booster 9 is waiting in the wings to be flown. Selfishly, I'm like thinking already, just like, oh man, I can't wait for the next one to see it get even further into flight, to see It passed. I mean, did it even pass max Q? I think it did,
I think
right?
it did, yeah. And then after that, it began tumbling.
So insane. I mean, we've all played Kerbal Space Program, and we've all had that happen to us on Kerbal. But
I gotta jump in a sec because I'm editing the video right now, and along those lines, I literally just got to the audio part where Das screams, "Did it just do a Kerbal?"
Do a Kerbal. I love it.
That was the exact quote. Did it just do a
Wow.
Kerbal, quote unquote? I'll get that to you guys very soon so you can hear it.
I love it. Thank you.
I can tell you that as soon as it started to tumble and everything, I was kind of like panic running all over the roof, like left to right to left, and couldn't contain myself. So I still have to watch my own phone recording, I think, to recap what I said during all of this, because I don't remember. It happened so quickly. I know that this is still there's still some processing to do here, and I'm looking like, yes, the coolest thing about this is not like the end for this. They will do another second attempt of this now. We will see a second attempt to get this to Miko and further, which is, I think that's a really cool thing to look forward to. Like, there's a big milestone ahead still. This is only the beginning.
Yeah, in a way, as much as I would have liked to have seen it just immediately do amazing right off the bat, it's almost like we had a delicious dessert. It was delicious. It was satisfying. It was a tasty, tasty dessert. But then suddenly the waiter comes over to the table and says, "By the way, there's more dessert. You're going to have to wait a little bit for it because we're making it in the kitchen, but it's going to come out. And it's going to be even tastier." I don't know. It's a weird analogy. Maybe I'm just hungry because I've been up all night. But yeah, I mean, there's more. There's more coming. This is just the very first little baby step. So just congratulations to everybody at SpaceX. Congratulations to everybody whose hard work went into this vehicle, went into this launch. I'm so happy that we finally got a launch today. And I mean, on 420 too, which is just hilarious given that that's what Elon had said. Given that, I mean, even our own Michael Baylor predicted that it would be today.
Oh, don't remind me.
Like a year and a half ago. Michael Baylor predicted it would be today, and he was right.
Yeah.
Way to go, Michael.
We will never hear the end of this though.
No,
like
no, we're
this
not
will
going.
this is one of these situations where, like, well, he predicted it months and months before that it will launch today. We will never hear the end of this. Yeah, Michael Baylor predicted 420. I think like 8 or 9 months at least ago.
Oh yeah, I remember I was, I think I predicted about like this time last year. So yeah, not doing that great. Oh geez, but man, crazy flight here. I still don't know what to really say. Just thank you to everyone who's tuned in and supporting. We still have 72,000 people watching here, which is just crazy to think about. Man, people asking here if Hopper is okay. I can't quite see it in any of our views here, but I would be shocked if that thing got any significant damage to it. That thing is a tank. If anyone remembers way back in the day. And 1 second, we do have an update here from Ryan. Ryan, you want to take it away for a second?
So I was just looking at Michael's auto track that he's posted onto Twitter, and it appears now, I'm doing a rough count here, but according to SpaceX's graphic, they lost 6 Raptors. I can see here at least 7 or 8 flame out. Whether they're fully flame out or not, this could be a case that 2 were not completely flamed out and SpaceX's graphic was on or off. So if it still had a little bit of flame being produced, then it would have been on. But from what I can see here with Michael's shot, it appears 7 to 8 Raptors had been lost during ascent, and this appears to be just around or just past max Q, because the vehicle then begins tumbling out of control. So yes, I'm gonna call 7 or 8 Raptors lost on ascent for the booster, which was pretty much on the limit of what Elon said the booster could support, if I am recalling correctly.
Yep. And Jack, I believe you have something you want to say real quick.
What a day.
Absolutely.
I still can't believe the like slide maneuver, or whatever you want to call the power slide that it did. That was insane. 120-meter tall vehicle just power sliding off the pad like that.
Yeah,
It's just doing an impression of Atlas.
Right? Or Antares.
Oh, that's the Antares, yeah. I love my Antares. But it threw me back. Of course, Saturn V did a bit of a yaw, like a 2-degree yaw away from the tower. Probably not a nice comparison to make. I'll make a little knock on wood here. But the N1 did a similar thing going away from the pad. Actually, real quick, we do have a replay of some of the last frames that we got from our van cameras before the van got pummeled, we'll just say, by debris from the orbital flight. So we could take that away there, Kevin. Then we see liftoff of the vehicle, some debris coming in, and then, yeah. You could see the camera, the van itself, they all got pummeled with debris. So it's going to be fun to see what's left out there in terms of that. But yeah, we got some video there back from the van right before it cut out. You can see right at the end here, in just about a second, you get some liftoff as the cloud comes up. And, it looks like a slow-mo shot here.
Yeah, this is at 25% of real time from the van. It's
Wow.
final moments.
And you can see the ship there slowly starting to lift off through the clouds, and then it's fully obscured.
Yeah,
You'll see some
RIP
debris
to
popping
Van
up.
Cam.
Yeah,
Like,
RIP van.
it had a great run. It was a good van.
It really was.
But I don't I don't know if it's ever gonna ride again. We'll put it that way. I mean, just look at what you're seeing there.
Yeah, I
RIP
think-
van.
I think we may have heard a van is deployed for the final time. So, anyway,
Your service will not be forgotten, van.
absolutely. But
Right.
What's up, Jack?
No, I'm just saying, yeah, it will not be forgotten.
Yep.
I'm gonna step away for a little bit, so enjoy the analysis of the replays. I need to eat some food before I pass out, so I'll leave it to y'all. I might be back in a little bit, but seriously, everybody, thank you so much for joining us on this. This is insane. We got a whole bunch more analysis to do. We got a whole bunch more video to look at. Ooh, I wonder how Starhopper did. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah,
but
there we
yeah,
had some questions.
I'm gonna jump off. I'll be back. Let me know if you need me. I'll be around. I just need to put some food in my face.
Yeah, we will see you later, Jack. Have fun with that. You can see there on the left, I believe that is a kind of a storage area / a restroom building. Looks like the roof got a little skinned there, but Starhopper itself looks pretty intact. Again, the unkillable, unmovable Starhopper.
Starhopper can survive anything. I mean, seriously. It survived multiple ships just absolutely smashing into the landing pad. It survived the roar of 33 come, what is 33 minus 8? 25 Raptors. I mean, this little Starhopper has gone through a lot, and yet it still stands on the edge of the launch site.
It
Just
really
a testament to
has.
how strong Hoppy is.
It is now a water tank for the suborbital test site. So when they do static fires of ships, the water being sprayed on there sometimes can come from Starhopper. I don't know the exact setup there. It might just be for deluge at the suborbital site. I don't really know. But anyway, moving on. Ryan, if there are any questions here in the queue that you want to grab, feel free to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I will. I'm still just trying to look through Twitter to see if we've got any more shots of anything.
Yep, absolutely sounds good. Oh, chat, how are you feeling? Give us some updates. I haven't talked to you directly, chat. How excited or crazy are you feeling after this? Of course, I see a lot of celebration in there about Starhopper surviving. Tons of Starhopper emotes coming in there. We love to see that. Someone saying their heart rate hit 200 BPM. Not too surprising. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of excitement, that's for sure. People saying they have no words and they're in disbelief. Absolutely. I still cannot believe what we saw earlier today. Oh, and still getting some live shots here of Starhopper and the launch site in general, just showing the things, showing the damage we seem to have gotten. It does not seem that severe from the but it seems like there's definitely some moderate damage around the site. You can see on the left there, one of those buildings had definitely had its roof torn off. You can see some debris around Highway 4 in the foreground there. Whew, hour and 17 minutes ago. What's up, Ryan?
I'm just very minor point here, but we need stuff to talk about. So I'm going to just say that the WB-57 has left its kind of holding pattern near Starbase, and it is heading back up north to Houston. So fingers crossed, when that thing lands, they'll get their SD cards out very quickly and start uploading it.
I hope so.
I assume they use something a bit more sturdy than SD cards, but you get the point.
Yeah, I'm sure they have some. Yeah, for that camera, you definitely wouldn't want something more than an SD card for the data that thing probably puts out. But yeah, I hope someday we do get to see that data there.
And we have had some reports actually just coming in now that some particles have been falling over like the Port Isabel area. I'm not sure if anything kind of fell over Isla Blanca Park and South Padre Isle, but it'd be very interesting to see if the 33 Raptors managed to cause so much dust to be thrown up that it threw it miles and miles away over the channel into the port of Brownsville. I mean, that if that is indeed from that, which it seems like it is, it'd be absolutely incredible. That just goes to show how powerful this booster is.
Dude, the cloud from this, like the dust that the Raptors kicked off, was so big. I have no doubts this was like, there was probably dust coming down everywhere because this was such a high dust cloud. Wow. It was so amazing. There's still people coming back from the beach, by the way. There's still like people. The Isla Blanca Park is still full. I heard people like celebrating when it launched. And we will see this again. This is not the last time we will see this.
Exactly. Yeah, it's breaking my mind that we're going to be seeing this regularly eventually. Like, this is going to get to a point, at least. Fathom that being a reality.
But out with Falcon, so this is especially with Starlink launches on Starship. Unfortunately, it is gonna feel routine, but that's awesome because that's the whole point of Starship, to be routine. We're just not at that point in its development timeline yet, which is why it is so exciting.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be so much fun to watch the development of Starship continue over the coming weeks and months. Of course, we got Booster 9, Ship 26, Ship 27, Ship 28, all fully stacked. Booster 10 coming along too. So there's going to be no shortage of vehicles, of course. Now they're just going to need to analyze the data they got, fix anything that they noticed did not work properly on the vehicles ahead of the next flights. Of course, do any repairs to the pad that they need, and move ahead from that.
Also, you know, Ian, what is weird?
What's weird?
You know what's weird? It flipped, but Starship was still on.
Right.
Like, it didn't, like, we know it's, like, only attached by these 3 little pins. And for some reason, it started to flip, and it still was fully intact. Like, how?
My best guess on that is that the stage separation command wasn't sent, or the stage separation command wasn't received, or the stage separation command went fine, but the hooks just decided not to release. That's my only assumption that I can make with that. But the strength of them hooks to keep them together, tumbling like that, the inertia must have been insane.
Yeah, it just shows that the structure of the ship is insane. The fact that it held together so well. Unbelievable still. And not only that, it held up for like a minute or two. It just kept flipping and rolling as well.
Yeah, we've got another replay here of the launch. Yeah, just incredible.
Insane. We got some amazing support here too from Ashley here with a $100 super chat saying, great coverage, y'all. Get Nick, Doss, Jack, Adrian, and everyone at the company some food and a beer. And man, I'm feeling that right now. I could use some good food right now. So thank you so much for that, Ashley. We genuinely appreciate all of that. From Mr. Egotope saying, thanks for all your hard work, all the teamwork and streams, giving us great coverage and background discussion for these launches. Well, thank you so much for that support. We really appreciate that, and thank you for the kind words as always. And again, everyone who supported us, from memberships to the store purchases to super chats, all of that really, really goes a long way.
So I think it may just be suitable noting now, we got a lot of questions earlier in the stream a few hours ago about, can I see this? Where can I see this? Unfortunately, everybody I told in Hawaii to go outside and have a look, now is about the time that you would have been able to see it. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see Starship. I think I should just make sure that everybody is aware of that now. You will definitely not be able to see Starship re-entering because it's done that a bit prematurely.
Yeah, sorry for the Hawaii viewers. No re-entry for you today. Maybe next time. Maybe next time, but not today.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to be very exciting to see whatever comes next. Ship 26, Ship 28, whatever SpaceX chooses to fly next. I can't wait to see, hopefully, that does have a successful launch and re-entry. Again, they learned a lot from this. This made it very far. They got a lot of great data on how the Raptors operate together, operate in flight, gimbaling, and all of that. So up next, I guess, just fix those Raptors, get some stage separation data, and go from there. Whew. So Adrian, you coming back down for the second flight?
I'm not sure. Like, we will discuss if I come down for the second flight once I know when the second flight will be. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of proud with my timing when I went down here. I think I timed it quite well. I'm very happy.
I will say you did time it perfectly. You got down there with some time to spare to get settled and everything, to help out with a little bit with the cameras, and a week or two in, you got to see the flight. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see. Gonna go through some questions here real quick. Ryan, do you want to grab anything while I grab a drink of water? Because man, I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, I'll look through here for some of the messages that are coming through in chat. I'll just mention, if you have a question about what either the replay you're witnessing on your screen now or any other event from today, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight, and we'll do our best to answer. We're getting so much response at the moment. We still have many of you with us, so thank you for joining us, but don't go anywhere because we have got a lot of analysis to come. Peter Lewis here has a good point, which I noticed as well. On SpaceX's graphics were showing the LOX kind of jumped from being matching the methane in the booster to jumped below. So I'm not sure whether there was some sort of oxygen leak or what the engines were running oxygen rich or something like that. That's just speculation, but it was a jump. So it could have also been telemetry discrepancy, just some signal problem. I don't know. Like I said hours ago, getting data down from a booster flying is not an easy job. It's not something. It's not like you can just, I don't know, connect up a phone call and get your data. It's a teeny bit more complicated than that. So yeah, interesting to see the discrepancies there with the data that we have. And number one SpaceX fan is saying, with so many Raptors flaming out, do you think they will have to take all of the Raptors off Booster 9? I'm going to be honest, I'm not too sure. It's the Raptor 2 design that needs to be adjusted, and there's a lot of Raptors to replace and fix if they know what happened with these Raptors. But again, it's a point of, was the engine flame out the fault of the Raptor? Was it the fault of the booster? Or what? We don't actually know what caused any of this yet. All we've seen is what happens. We do not have what caused it. So I'm going to refrain from trying to figure out what happened because I know I'll get it wrong. But yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be interesting to watch what SpaceX chooses to do in terms of vehicle assembly over the coming weeks. Of course, they're going to be probably starting tonight, or maybe even tomorrow. They might party a bit tonight, but they're definitely be doing some crazy data analysis. I will not be surprised to see them pause vehicle assembly just for a little bit to make sure that they don't, do any work that they would need to undo. It would not surprise me if they had to uninstall the Raptors from Booster 9, but like you said, we don't know where the exact issue was. We don't know what the issue, what caused the issue. It could have been something on the booster, maybe a fuel line bursting, or it could have been internal to the Raptors themselves. So it's going to take a good bit of data analysis to figure out exactly what happened here, but I cannot wait to see some of that explanations from SpaceX and Elon here.
Yeah, I'm also looking through some footage. It looks like maybe one of the HPUs exploded at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It appears like one of the HPUs
The hydraulic power unit is what controls the gimbal, correct?
Yes, the hydraulic power units are what Yeah, basically if you lose these, you lose control of the Raptor engines, which could explain them starting to lose control. If you lose the HPU, you lose your control.
Adrian, would the hooks be controlled by the HPU? Would they need hydraulics for separation? I'm not sure if we still have Adrian.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
No problem. The hooks that separate the ship and the booster, would they be under the hydraulics as well?
I'm not sure actually. That could,
because if they
they
were, and the hydraulic power unit went kaboom, then that would make sense why the hooks didn't come out, because they didn't have hydraulic power. It's like we saw with CRS-16 with the Falcon. The hydraulics were lost, the grid fins got stuck, and it tumbled into the sea.
Yeah, that might be a good explanation. Like, without going too deep in an analysis, if you lose hydraulic power, you could also maybe no longer stage, because stage separation might need the hydraulic power. So yeah, I mean, it's not out of question. I don't want to say like, hey, this is confirmed, but it's like, I think it's at least a plausible theory of what happened. And it looks like the whole Raptor thing was just a cascade effect of like Raptors falling after one another.
It's something that we're certainly going to be getting a lot of data, and fingers crossed SpaceX is going to be public about it, because it's something we all want to find out. But as Adrian was saying, it would be a plausible example if I'm going to call it a burp that we saw during ascent was the HPU being lost. That explains the loss of gimbaling in the Raptors, and that explains, if hydraulics controls stage separation, why the stages didn't separate. Adrian, do you think if the stage separated, even with the 8 flameouts we saw, 7 to 8 flameouts of Raptors we saw on the booster, if the Starship could have separated from the booster, do you think that the ship could have continued on from that point? Because from my perspective at least, it seems as if this flight termination system engagement seems to so far be the boosters was caused by the booster, because it couldn't separate the ship.
I mean, it's not impossible that if they could have gone to that point, they at least wanted to try to ignite them. Like, I don't think it would have been able to really reach its parameters at this point anymore. I think that's maybe out of the question after losing so many engines. But maybe it was still possible, but they couldn't just decouple the stages, which might be a thing they want to fix in the future. Like, I mean, they will. This is a big if, but if the thing is powered by some sort of hydraulic pressure, the separation, that wouldn't work in the future, because the future boosters don't have an HPU, because they are now using electrical thrust vector control for the Raptors, and so they don't longer have these HPU units.
So, basically, what you're saying is Booster 7 was already obsolete with the hydraulic power unit, so the future boosters may no longer have this problem, which makes sense. Electric TVC, no need for a hydraulic power unit. So if this was, again, I'm just going to say this is all speculation, nothing has been confirmed, do not take this as fact, we're just throwing out ideas here. If the HPU was lost, so no more gimbaling, because they are powered by hydraulics, on future boosters they're powered by electricity through motors, it makes sense that Booster 9 would not need upgrades, because it's already much more advanced than Booster 7. Adrian, am I correct in that?
Yeah, I think in general they will be very happy once these HPUs are gone, because they have also been a bit of a pain on this booster. They have seen repairs a lot. They have seen work around them a lot. I feel like they might be very glad if the HPUs are gone in future boosters, which is the case now. HPUs are going to be yeah, no more HPUs on booster 9.
Just looking through here for some more comments and questions. Just looking through here first. I'll take this quickly from Bunker the Husky, saying, I don't think the tower avoidance maneuver was nominal. A bunch of Raptors that seem to have failed early were on the tower side of the booster, prompting a required gimbal to avoid. So yeah, what I was saying earlier, so we lost 3 Raptors at some point between ignition and T plus 15 seconds. We don't know when that was, because the telemetry was not available to us at that time from SpaceX. I wonder if we'll get more word on that in the future. But that is interesting to add, that as the 3 that were lost at T plus 15 were on the tower side, maybe they lost them at the point of separation, and then the remaining gimbaling Raptors in the middle needed to compensate, which is why it didn't go straight up. And we've got another replay here of the launch from one of the Starbase live cameras.
This is an edit from yours truly.
Thanks very much, sir.
Did it just do a Kerbal? Is it falling? That doesn't look.
There we go, an empty pad. Absolutely incredible audio.
I still cannot believe I've seen this live. This is unbelievable.
So there you go, that's the aftermath. Over an hour and a half later, this is what Stage 0 looks like. We've got some venting still. Looks as if some soot or dust has been deposited on the tanks. There you go, everybody. That's what we were all waiting for. I can tell you already what data we get out of this.
I can already tell you, like, one of the next step of us here at in the field will be, if the road opens, to go there and look at what is happening. And I want to take a moment again because all of this what we did today, I think we had some cool angles for you and like some really cool cameras for you. And I want to point out again, all of this costs us money, and there I think are some great ways to support us right now. Starting with our new merch celebrating this launch, which is the Not So Orbital Club. You can see right here. You can find it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. But not only do we have that, we have for you 22-inch full stack plushies of the stack you just saw flying. You just see one, but somebody bought one right now, and it's I think an amazing opportunity to support us and getting something in return. And we also still have our hatches, which we did for this launch, and they are now officially for launch that happened. They are now for launch that really happened. You can get them here. We have a limited amount still available, and celebrate them. Put them on your wall. I will put one on my wall. I have that on my list actually. And last but certainly not least, I want to mention the metal prints that we have of this launch available in the store now from the launch. Actually, like you can right now already buy things where you see the rocket lifting off, made by Nick Ansoini. And we will make sure if we have more amazing shots in the future, we will put them in the store as well. Again, it's just a way to support us and helps us that we can do what we do here. And I want to say at this point again, thanks for all the amazing support we got over the stream. It really helps us out, and we will make sure that we show you even cooler things in the future.
Yeah, I just want to note that our queue here, with all of the contributions we've been getting over the last couple of hours, the scroll bar is literally 20 pixels tall. I've never seen it this small. The support that you have been giving us is absolutely incredible, and we are so grateful, because without it, it wouldn't be possible. Without anybody showing up, there wouldn't be a reason for us to do this. So thank you everybody so much for showing up, helping out. And Spherical Rant here with a $100 tip on tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Van Repair Fund. Thank you so much for that $100. That means so much to the team. All the contributions you've been giving us will go such a long way and make our coverage of Test Flight 2 even better. So yeah, thank you so much to everybody. And as Adrian was just saying, we've got I think this is 110 Canadian dollars from Brett. Thank you very much for that. That's another big support there, if I'm getting my currency conversions correct. Thank you so much for that. That's another huge contribution from Brett there in Canada. I'm just looking through here to see if there's any other big contributions that we have missed, because we have been a little bit busy for the last hour and a half. But yeah, there's so many people with store messages, buying off the store, so many people with super chats and tips, and yeah, I want to go through and thank you all, but we will be here for the next week, unfortunately, if I did that. But seriously, if you have contributed in any way, even just watching, sharing, all of that, thank you so much. It means so much, and that's what makes this possible. So, that was loud.
Crazy.
That was from Jay out there. This is... Again, I'm just in disbelief. Like, looking at that replay, right? I just subconsciously thought it was a static fire, and I was surprised when it started launching. I forgot. I'm never going to get used to this. It is just incredible. Whew.
Yeah, that was... It's
Here
gonna
it is again. Jay, just shut me with that out in the field. Oh, I'm still not going to get used to that. That's just insane.
Yeah, that was excellent. I loved that. Every shot of that. And again, you can still see the tank farm is slowly spooling itself down, or continuing to spool itself down. Looks like it's just casually venting now, as it sometimes does. Still, after such a crazy, crazy day, I still don't have words to describe what just happened. And
oh, and we have a live shot here.
uh-oh.
That's the van.
Welp, there goes the Nomad van. It had a
Yeah,
good run.
I'm looking at this right now with Daz next to me.
That tire's new. That's the tire I just replaced.
Do you think that tire replacement was worth it?
Yeah, it was worth it.
Good. So also, kind of funny story, we tried to open the windows today to make it better, give it better air circulating for the equipment inside there. Thanks for SpaceX, by the way, at this point, to helping us to open these windows. It now has perfect air circulating.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
We're gonna get over there and see what it looks like.
Good luck, guys. And with that, we're gonna bow at Adrian. So thanks for being on since the launch. This is absolutely incredible. And good luck with the remote clear up.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I will help everybody here clear up some stuff on the roof because, yeah, we still have to clean up all of this now. And look
if you
at
find
what
any little bits of debris or anything, try sneak them in your suitcase. I don't know if you can get them through customs, but it's worth a try.
I will do my best.
Don't do that, please, for legal reasons.
NASA spaceflight not responsible. Yeah. Thanks for having me, and I wish you all the best of fun in the remaining stream.
Thank you, Adrian. Have fun clearing everything up. Whew. It's crazy.
But I'll look through for some more questions here real quick. Or other kind of comments.
Yeah. Again, we're still showing some live views here. We're going to be cycling through some videos that we got from our remote sites and our cameras all around the Boca Chica area, so definitely stay tuned for those.
Jared is asking, I'm starting some failure analysis stuff. Where can I view your raw footage? Well, all of the replays we've been viewing are starting to get uploaded onto the channel. So if you keep refreshing the channel over the next few hours, all of the replays we have will be up there for your viewing pleasure. We already have one up. I believe that's edited by Sawyer, and we have another one going up.
gate there that they had. But this is to be expected. Like the bottom line, I will say here is that the major parts are in one piece at least. At least to me, that is sort of the thing to take out from here, that it could have been way worse, right? And I think you guys could probably agree with me in this, that for being the first flight with a very experimental vehicle, because this was experimental. None of this has been done before. None of it. And it's mind-blowing that it actually went so far as to, you know, even almost all the way to stage separation. That's sort of my takeaway from here, that it was to be expected. A rod was expected. The pad was also expected to be basically a little bit punctured here and there, right? But yeah, I guess that's my opinion. Because before we had a question of what I think, and I was sort of speechless there. That's my takeaway, I guess.
I'm just still running through all of these messages of contribution here. I've been clicking for, I don't know, the last 5-10 minutes, and the scroll bar hasn't got any shorter. That just shows how much contribution we've gotten, and every single penny is appreciated so much. So thank you to every single person who has been contributing here. And I think I've actually been pushing in so many. Oh, there we go. I thought I broke the software then. I've been pushing so many messages that it froze up for a couple seconds, but we're still going. We're fine. So yeah, just thank you to everybody who has been contributing. Yeah, it's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm looking through for some more messages and questions here. If you have anything, tag us at NASA Spaceflight. I'm looking through here. Hang on, let's grab that one. This is a good one. I'm trying to get it in. I think the ticker might be having a little bit of a moment here. Sorry, everybody. I've pushed through too many messages of contribution.
Actually, I have a question real quick right here, asking, do you think the first 5 engines were out at T0, so that there was a maximum of only 28 firing, or do you think it was all 30?
T+15, so there's no way 5 engines could have been out at T+5. That's according to SpaceX telemetry. So again, later into the flight, it seems as if the telemetry got a little bit wonky, because it showed 5, then 6, then 5 out, but it looks as if 8 were flamed out. So yeah, I wouldn't trust the telemetry later into the flight, especially the so on the graphics they had a little kind of like pitch indicator which way Starship was pointing. As soon as the ship went upside down, their pitch indicator flipped 180. So that graphic obviously was not ready for a Starship to be upside down, which was unfortunate. But yeah, so I wouldn't trust the telemetry really after that point. Everything seemed to be a bit inverted from there. But at T+15, 3 were out. So I'm going to guess either at the point of liftoff or at some point between liftoff and T+15, 3 Raptors were lost, which is 1 more than they lost on the 33 engine static fire attempt. 1 was shut down manually, 1 shut down itself. So yeah, definitely some data to review there, to go back and work the problem for SpaceX. And James is asking here, do you think that all the debris flying everywhere will finally convince SpaceX to make a flame diverter? Alex, what do you think? Because they've got a deluge system being waited to install. Could that reduce any of this?
I think the issue to me at least is with the flame diverter, where do you divert all the flames? Because everything around the pad, it's just everything is around the OLEM, right? It's like if you divert that to sort of the way of the tower, there's a tower. If you divert it to the other way, there's a tank farm. If you divert it to one way, there's the inside of the launch site, and where all of the operations are held, and the other side is just march grounds and things like that. It's like there's maybe 2 places you could probably divert the flame, and maybe you don't have any issues with that. But yeah, when we saw this, because we've been having those Starbase updates episodes these sort of past few weeks, and we've seen parts for something that is labeled as flame diverter. And the reason why we were sort of how to say it, not convinced fully that it was a proper flame diverter is the shape of the pieces that were coming through, and that they were labeled in that way. It was also that it's like, where do you put a flame diverter? Because even if you were to say, okay, we're gonna put something like an hexagonal pyramid or something like that on the middle of the OLM, you still have the problem that you have to shield all of that hexagonal pyramid or whatever, and you have like a peak that it's very complicated, right? I don't know how that will work with this design of the OLM.
I'm just going to go in here quickly. We've got 2 massive tips here from tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Demetrios with 100 USD. Thank you so much for that. Saying, great work, Team NSF. Can't wait for the next milestone. I'm personally can't wait for test flight 2 because I want it to get a little bit further than just before stage set. I'm going to have to be honest. I did say anything past Mexico was a bonus, but it seemed to be going all right until the hydraulics had a little bit of a burp. But fingers crossed, the next attempt, SpaceX can review the data and get a lot further. And we also have a £100 tip here from Bob D. Thank you very much for that, Bob D. Saying, been following since Starhopper, great work, keep it up. We certainly will, and it's contributions like these that help to keep that work up. So thank you, everybody who's been donating these huge sums. They really go such a long way to help us. And of course, to everybody who has been contributing, like gifted memberships, subscribing to the member program, or even just been sharing the stream around. It all helps such a great deal, and we appreciate every single bit of help that we can get. Because I said it before, I'll say it again. If there's nobody to watch us, there's no point of us being here. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's so good to see so many people so excited for this. And joining us now, I think we may have a Chris B.
I'm mentally destroyed. That was crazy. I'm going to tell you a few of the thoughts I've got on this straight away. I knew it would be loud, but I've always been from the school of shuttle where they said, well, you'll never really experience a real loud launch until you've seen a shuttle launch, or in the SLS case, the SLS launch, because SRBs are well known to be extremely loud. They literally rip the air. That's how SRB, solid rocket boosters, work. With this one, I was like, it blew out our microphones, but you could still hear it on other microphones. That was louder than SLS. And that might sound like, well, of course it will be, Chris, it's more powerful. It's the SRBs that make SLS so loud, and this was just roaring. And I was like, it didn't look anything like I'd expected it to look. Does anyone agree with that? It just looked different than what I thought it would look.
When you imagine the stuff... Sorry, go ahead.
All we've seen is renders, and it's not renders aren't a prop to like how far technology has come, but renders don't really match up to real life in the majority of circumstances. So, yeah. but there could be the possibility that the hooks that hold the ship are also hydraulic, which is why the ship wasn't let go. But the engines also never truly turned off. There was never truly a BECO, so there are many different factors that lead into this.
And the good thing there is Booster 9's got a different TVC. It's got electric TVC. So a similar failure point would not be the same outcome. And that gives me some hope as well. There is upgrades. It's not just electric TVC. Some of the upgrades we simply don't know about. Elon already categorized them as upgrades. So it'd be interesting to see what additional factors of safety they've got with the next launch. And that's something we've got to look forward to in about 2 or 3 months' time, pending repairs to the tank farm and whatever they'll find once they get back to the launch pad, because obviously there'd be some repairs to be due, let's face it. But compared to what could have happened, we could have been looking at a scene right now of just a fiery mess. it would have been about a year's delay, I would have said, if it'd been a rebuild of the tank farm. So the outcome is good. It's not perfect, but it's good.
And real quick, we do have some news here coming in, or a tweet from the National Weather Service using one of their GOES satellites. This may have been GOES 16 or GOES 17. And there were 3 things that were really cool here. Number 1, labeled on the graph, shows the rocket's condensation trail. Number 2, actually on the ground of Texas itself, you can see the shadow of that condensation trail. And then number 3, of course, that little green blob was the satellite's lightning tracker. It actually lit up from the explosion of the vehicle during flight. So some very cool shots there from what I would assume to be GOES 16 or GOES 18.
Oh, I've got a statement from Space Florida, which is interesting because they have a very powerful body in Florida, but because Starship will be launching from Florida. The statement is, we want to congratulate SpaceX on the successful launch of Starship, making spectacular milestone for the company and space industry. Today's Starship launch underscores the importance of an ecosystem that enables and supports fundamental change.
That I was seeing there is that one of the engines blows up, and you can even see the shielding coming out from the engine, and like within a second the fire goes out to the HPU, and the HPU goes boop, and it blows up. It's like, yeah, it's what happens. You know, Elon actually talked about this, Chris, if you remember, with the Twitter Spaces, when he was talking about how Booster 9 has a way better shielding, that this was sort of like a retrofit for Booster 7. So it does show that this shielding wasn't probably up to the task, and definitely the one that we're looking now to be proven is that on Booster 9. Again, this is iterative process. They fly once, if something breaks, they fix it, and they fly better on the next vehicle, and obviously on the following ones as well. But definitely, you know, something, I believe this is actually one of the clips there. That's one of the Raptors going out, and then another one, and that produces the HPU burn. So that was, yep, and you can actually see sort of that HPU kind of burning off there afterwards. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I still think it's impressive that it kept on flying though. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the beauty of it. It's like I mentioned before, and you referenced it there, Alex, that Elon said when you lose a Raptor, it's like a grenade going off in the engine section. It's like, you know, and it just kept on going. It's like, okay, that hurt, but I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to keep on going.
Oops, it tickles.
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. That's what a big rocket like this brings you, because it has that ability to sort of like laugh it off a little bit, if I can say that.
And
apart from the FTS there, it doesn't laugh off the FTS, no.
and I think, to me at least, also something that I was talking about with other folks as well, that the whole vehicle stayed together the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time. And we were, like, I remember when we were talking about the pins, you know, the hooks that hold them together and things like that. People were worried, like, oh, the wind shear and, you know, the accelerations, lateral movements and things like that. Well, you can see there, 3 pins, 3 little pins with the little 3 hooks. They were able to hold the whole thing together. It's kind of mind-blowing. If you think about the failure of the first Alpha rocket when they were going through max Q, and you know it veered off course because it didn't have enough TVC, enough gimbal. The whole fairing just broke off from the vehicle. It couldn't hold the aerodynamic forces. This thing just pushed through. It just went on, and it, you know, the only time it broke off was because of the FTS going off. It's I mean, yeah, it breaks my mind.
About the
A
HPUs.
few more comments. Go on, Ian.
Yeah, oh, I'm lagging a little bit here, but we're talking about the HPUs. We've noticed in the past they've had some issues with the HPUs, having like fires in there on the pad. We saw even workers last night when we were streaming the Starship update at around like 6 p.m. Central Time. There were workers actively working on the HPU. They had scaffolding set up and everything. So it seems like the HPU was an often source of issues for them. And given the fact that it seems like there were some issues with it in flight, it kind of makes me feel a bit more hopeful for Booster 9, because it gets rid of those HPUs that have been causing them so many problems. So whether or not that was actually an issue or not on today's flight, there's another source of failure that they have lost now. So pretty good looking for Booster 9.
I just want to thank Philip here for the $50 super chat. That's another big contribution. And here's the replay from yesterday, the heart that the 2 workers made on the orbital launch pad in front of. So that big kind of rectangle cuboid structure to the left of the heart, that is the HPU with the triangular kind of pointy bit on top and the Starlink antenna there as well. So that's when we say HPU, that is what we are talking about, that kind of box there. Which is just the shrouding for the hydraulic power unit. I'm looking through here, see if we've got anything else. Whoa, I can't believe I missed this. Sorry, Marion, $100? You need one of them armored tornado storm chasing vehicles. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the contribution. Again, that's a huge contribution. Thank you so much for that. That'll be put to good use, I'm certain, by the team down there and throughout NSF, so thank you so much for that, Marion. That would be greatly appreciated. And we also have here a massive contribution from Mega Mind, 300 Singaporean dollars. That's about 200 USD. So thank you so much. That's a huge contribution there. Thank you very much for that. Seriously, that is quite something. We are very, very grateful for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if I can just chip in, because I've been busy with the back end and articles and tweets and all that business, all the mundane tasks, that's my job now. Just watching the support come in, I want to stress this in order as well, because first of all, I think we got near 300,000 concurrent during the live stream, which is our record. So that was crazy. Every single one of those helps out, you know. It's numbers game. Let's face it, it's a numbers game for that. I don't particularly take too much stock in how many we get, as long as the stream's good. That's the important thing. Quality over quantity. But then to see the support rolling in, and I'm thinking, this is absolutely crazy, the amount of support we're getting. That allows us to do things like this. So if you enjoy this, you might not be able to afford anything, so just like the video. You know, that helps. Or just, you know, be subscribed, which if you're commenting, you are. anything like that just helps. And, you know, you all help us in that way. And those people who can financially support us by the store or by literally by money with super chats and things like that, it really allows us to do this, and we can just build on it, because by the time we do more coverage, we've got more assets to do things. We can take hits like the van and keep on going. You know, that's what allows us to do it. That's why, you know, we can...
And Cameron, Christopher, Deborah, Brody, Martia, Jason, Peter, Andrew, Nathan, Daniel, Cindy, Francis, Stephen, Peter, Brett, again, Gavin, and Dominic, Philip, Michael, Scott, David, Tommy, Keegan, Bart, I think, sorry if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Ellie, John, Randall, Gresham, Jay, Jackie, Eddie, Albert, Steve, Amos, the Kaz, Caleb, Plush Vader, Jim, Kyle, Jonathan, Pamela, Nate, Patrick, Outdoors, Ricky, Antoine, Tim, Tony, Matisse, Taylor, Hiles, James, Aria, Michael, Wade, Ahmed, Ben, Helakali1, Brandon, Kevin, Our Stories Untold, Vinod, Keith, Beth, Mechazilla, that's a good name, Andreas, Ryan, that's also a good name, Jonathan, Randy, Gaz, Ruben, Baz again, Stivian, Roland, Powell, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, Jonathan, Richard, Rick, Alan, Brenner, Eric, Harrison, Eric, April, Zimmy, Rice, Melissa, Martine, Anthony, Jarmo, I'm halfway, Jarmo, Playfan, Melissa, Jeff Prove, Shelley, David, Eric, Murray, Richard, Lex, Julian, Rez, Adrian, many purchases from Adrian, thank you very much, Stephen T, Sergey, Matthew, Lisa, Trent, Lon, Eon, maybe, sorry, Ion, if I'm getting that wrong, Daniel, Colin, Cynthia, Brett, Moogie, Josh, Jay, Michael, Thomas, Martin, Charlie, Laura, Daniel, Dave, Noah, Kenzie, Rebecca. Many purchases from Rebecca on the store. Thank you very much. Joe, Robert, Becky, Rekan, Colton, Joanne, Julian, Matthew, Mr. One, Tyson, Prasanna, Patched Up Parachutes, Eric, Jill, Relit, Daniel, Radio Arts, David, Cole, Phil, Rick Sighted, Valtteri, Michael, Sally, Ted, Stanley, Ian, Tim, Kevin, Michael. optimistic. Karen, Kevin Hart, Drisbane, Jordan, Gavin, Vanessa, Ryokia, Alex Thomas, Barnes Mandy, Charles, many purchases from David, David Stens, Stephen, Dude2, Maria, Jim Cavett again, Samuel Grayman, Sam Howarth, Sean Cart, Tyler, Canuck Peso, and finally Jeff. And my eyes have gone funny because I've been looking at a red scrolling message for the last, I don't know how many minutes that went on for. But seriously, everybody, thank you so much. Sorry we can't put them on screen, but as you just realised, we have got so much support and it is so greatly appreciated. I'm going to take a break.
That was a nice bathroom break for everyone. It was a long list. Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
I cannot stress enough how long that list is, but you just heard it. I'm going to get to this question from Stephen Goose asking, curious if the rails for the chopsticks took any damage that would prevent the chopsticks from lowering. Alex, it's kind of hard to see, but do we think the chopsticks will be fine to go down? They're still in the same position they were in at the time of liftoff.
I do not see any sort of damage, at least from this distance and this vantage point. Definitely something that, you know, once people can actually definitely go out there, might be able to capture. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't see any sort of weird... It actually seems to be fine. I don't really see any sort of damage there. The whole thing, like the whole tower, seems to have gone pretty much well. I don't think it's really that bad. It's mostly the OLM where the actual thrust and all the exhaust was located. We saw all of those chunks flying off. That is definitely the thing that took the blunt of the force of the Raptors. But obviously we've also seen the tank farm with all the dents and things like that, and that's probably just because of the what is the name? The debris flying off, right?
Yeah. There's a question here from Rasmus asking, when will personnel head over to the launch site? Well, as we saw probably about half an hour ago now, the roadblock is still in effect. There's as far as I'm aware, Ian, there's no one going in.
Yeah, the roadblock is still in effect. The beach is still closed. We actually saw from Jack's camera, I don't know if we have it anymore, but we did see that there were several emergency vehicles lined up at the roadblock. So once the road does open, open in kind of quotation marks there, because it'll definitely open to emergency services and SpaceX personnel first, as happened after the suborbital tests. So it likely will open to SpaceX people and emergency services. They'll come in, do some initial assessments and cleanup as necessary before going ahead with fully opening the road for the public.
And we have a question here. This is a forward-looking question from Jeffrey Lewis, so I'll throw it over to you, Chris. When do we think SpaceX will use the chopsticks to catch a Starship or booster? Well, I'm just going to go off on a limb here and say, judging on today's flight, probably not anytime soon.
Well, you know what? On that spaces thing, again, I'll explain to people who might not understand what I'm on about with the space thing. Elon said I'm going to do a spacer thing for subscribers, so I thought, all right, that's worth $4. I'll subscribe to you, Elon. You've kind of helped us over the years. You can have my $4. So I went on there. We all went in there. There's thousands of us there, just basically as listeners. And he goes, all right, so we're going to talk about Starship. I'm going to invite Chris Bergen to speak with me. I was like, what? Hang on a minute, I'm not expecting this. It's past midnight, I'm on my phone, I've got no microphone. Okay then. So there's me and him talking for 20 minutes on this basically this back and forth. And I was thinking, there's famous people in this. I'm thinking, I'm dominating it. They're all going to start throwing things at me if I don't, say, Elon, do you want to take some other questions? And he said, I don't know how to do it. So he made me co-host. And I invited Ellie from Space on, Zach, CSI Zach Golden on, one of the mainstream reporters, I've forgotten his name now, Jerry Roulette, there we go, and Austin from EDA. Because I thought, well, they're not Dodge people, they're obviously spaceship people, they'll be great to add on. So that's how it went. But one of my questions during 20 minutes, so I went on a tangent there, one of my questions was, if this flight is successful, and then I said, and by successful, I mean max Q to staging, because that'd be a massive win. Elon goes, yes, that would be a massive win. So that's how we know today's flight has gone well. When do you expect to catch the boosters? I said 3 or 4 flights. And he went, 3 or 4 flights. Maybe. So he was kind of like, I don't think he's got an immediate plan, because he was kind of thinking about the question as I was asking it. So I think maybe, based on today, I think they want a soft water landing. Let's face it. Remember the Falcon 9s when they first started landing? They brought them back to water landings, no drone ships. The water landings to get the accuracy, so they could work out the accuracy of it. And then they still lost them on the drone ships to initially start with. So I think maybe 5 or 6 time. If they get 3 water landings that are pretty accurate, I think that's when the point will go, okay, let's try and bring one back to land and try a chopstick landing. So I think it's a while off yet, but the fact that Elon was kind of thinking about it as well, rather than having an exact answer for me, suggests that they're still just taking it one step at a time. Remember, sorry, I'm going on for a bit here, but the chopsticks are already useful because they stack the vehicle. So they've already got a use out of the chopsticks before they even start catching it. They're not just sat there doing nothing. They are used for stacking and destacking, so they are still useful already.
And one thing to consider too with those water landings you're talking about is, as you can see on the screen here, several Raptor engines failed during flight, around like 8 or so we've counted. So the fact that engines are failing during flight, I think they really need to address that first before, going ahead with worrying about restarting engines in flight. Because even doing any kind of landing profile, whether it be a soft touchdown or coming back to the launch site, you're going to need to reignite your engines twice in flight. And if they can't even operate fully during flight, that's something that they need to work on, I think.
I'm just scrolling through Twitter again here to see if we've got anything, any new information. Doesn't look like it. What you're seeing right now is the replay from Michael of the vehicle going off course there, in a very spectacular fashion, may I add. Chris, how did you react when you saw the rapids? Well, it wasn't really unscheduled because someone obviously had to pull the FTS. But what were your reactions to the FTS being ignited?
That's a good question, because I liked it. As horrendous as that sounds, I liked it because it did the job. You could easily have, for a first-time operation, remember, they've got simulations of how things work, but this is all first real-time testing. The FTS seemed to take the booster out and took the ship out. It was like 2 different events, but it was very good. I didn't see any massive debris. Maybe I've got to watch it back again, but I didn't see any massive debris, which is what they always want to avoid with FTS. And I would assume the trajectory would have been well over the Gulf by then. So that's something as well. The only thing I've been hearing is, I think Tim has mentioned it, Tim Dodd, that there's dust falling everywhere on the South Padre Island, Port Isabel. So maybe that's related. I don't know. I have no idea. But the main thing is we've got no reports of large chunks of booster and ship landing in populated areas, which is what the FTS is there to avoid. So it looked good to me, though. It did look good to me.
I'm still trying to catch my breath.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'll just run through these quickly. Thanks to Simon, Iwan, Jordan, and Adam for the support. That's just coming in the last few minutes, as well as from Joseph, A, Jeff, and Tyler, Sean, and Sam. Thanks for all of that as well. Whew. Let's see if there's any more questions to answer.
While you do that, I'm gonna find it quite hilarious for the next few days. It's gonna be like a massive kind of like release of tension. I can imagine SBL just being kind of like,
yeah,
it's all over, it's happened. But remember, Booster 9, Ship 26, they're not far away. This is not like SLS where it's 2 years gap before the next launch. The next launch could literally be months away.
I've got a question here from Ethan asking, do you think that if there was a flame diverter, the flight would have been more successful? Alex, do we think any debris caused by not having a flame diverter caused any issues? I'm thinking here, completely going out on a whim, thousands of miles long. Could some debris from concrete have pung back up into the Raptors?
Could be the case. It's also true that, seeing all those debris flying off, It's definitely true that regardless of how successful this flight will have been, it probably begs the question whether you actually need a flame diverter or not for the next few flights, because then you're in a position where, like, if this is what it's gonna look like every single launch, even if the flight goes successfully, how do you even achieve a rapid reusability, right? And so that is sort of the thing that they are trying here, where they're looking at how everything works, not only the flight vehicles but also the pads. It'd be like, well, maybe now we actually need a flame diverter or something similar, right? And actually, that was sort of the question that I wanted to bring up here. That how soon do you guys think the next flight is gonna be? Because maybe they're gonna have to work on that flame diverter and the deluge system before Booster 9 even comes here. To me, it sort of seems like a big question here.
I think if I'll give you three times there. If we are just gonna launch Booster 9 without any kind of adjustments like a flame trench or diverter or anything, I think if we're just talking about a data review process, 2 to 3 months. Hopefully the deluge system can get installed in that time. I think if we're going to get a flame trench, probably I'd add a month onto that. And if there are any kind of major repairs that need to happen, because we still have no official word on the tank farm or anything like that. So if there are major repairs, I'm expecting several months, just because of the sheer complexity of Stage 0. I mean, it's just... I still don't think that the majority of people fully understand just how complex that bit of kit is. Stage 0 is absolutely an incredible piece of engineering, and we can see dents on the outer shells of the tall cryo tanks there. Alex, what are those two tanks there? I've forgotten.
Those should be yeah, one of them is an empty water tank, and the other one was supposed to be a methane tank, then turned into water tank. I'm not sure if it's fill or not, but yeah, those two, boy, they took a beating.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm just looking here. The second tank in from the left, it's got 2 pipes coming out of it. One of them continues down to the ground. Is the other one meant to stop?
Well, it's because it wasn't fully finished, because when...
Oh, okay, so that's not a bit of pipe that's been struck out by the booster launching.
What is to say this? The water there, the water tank was actually sort of in the way of being repaired. We actually saw a lot of pictures from Nick about that a long time ago of them working on that tank. But yeah, I'm not remembering now. I don't remember now if there's supposed to be any pipe there. I don't think so. I can look back though and tell you real quick.
Yeah, if you want to have a look. We have a question here from Joe asking, status of Hoppy. Looks like a little bit of damage, but hope he's still okay. Well, if we can get a close-up of Hoppy,
yeah,
that's what we can see. It doesn't look too bad, but of course, when the road opens for like remote collection and stuff, I'm sure we'll get some pictures of Hoppy more up close without the heat haze, because remember, we are approaching, it's just gone past 11 o'clock local time at Starbase. We're approaching midday, the hottest point of the day, so the temperature, I assume, will be rising, which means our view will not get any better until temperatures start to cool down. But Chris, Hoppy seems to be able to survive nearly anything. There you go,
yeah.
27 degrees.
Hopper's immortal. We know that already. And for people wondering, well, Hopper looks a bit warm there. Yeah, Hopper always looks like that these days. That's nothing new. That is pretty much how Hopper always looks. I'm looking at the top. I'm just seeing if any of the any equipment that normally is on top of the Hopper has been moved, been blown away, anything like that. His little hat, which sits on top of his dome, looks a little bit bent. It's hard to tell from this viewpoint if it is bent or it's just the angle, but yeah, as far as the structure goes, Hopper's still in one piece. Hopper continues to be immortal.
And I'm looking through here again, and Just looking for questions, really, because we've got a lot of people coming in and tagging us that someone's tweeted something and things like that, which we already know. So I'm just looking for some questions or other interesting comments. And yes,
I'm on DM 500 of people saying, "Did you know your van got hit?" Yeah.
I didn't know.
David is asking, I thought the QD was going to swing back after it disconnected from Starship, but I never saw it move. Ian, were we expecting the QD arm to move? Because it did disconnect from the ship. Did it need to move?
Yeah, so in theory, it should have moved back quite a bit. Now, from this point of view and from our camera views, it's kind of tough to see exactly what it did. It doesn't look like it moved away that much, if at all. Kind of surprising to me. I would have expected it to have swung back pretty quickly, pretty far. Again, it could just be the awkward point of view, not entirely showing the full picture there. You can kind of see it there in the upper right-hand corner. But yeah, that's something we need to wait and see from either the remote cameras and also people photographing the pad after the road opened. So I don't think we have exact data on what happened there, but it looks like it didn't swing back that far if it did at all.
It did swing back. I'm looking at the other cameras, and yeah, you can see it there.
Okay, it did swing back.
It swung
quite a
back.
bit.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of paying attention when it lifted off, because I was like, well, I don't see the QD arm. But yeah, it was just basically the perspective from the cameras that was a little bit hard to see. And
Yeah,
also
and we also have
the
to-
dust cloud.
Yes, we have to consider that everything was concealed for a good, I don't know, first 15 seconds of flight, and it kept expanding, so seeing anything happen within that region would have been extremely difficult at the time of liftoff. So, yeah, that may have been why you missed it in there. We've got a few more contributions in here from Brady, Aaron Jones, Tom, who's bought some things off the store, Lee as well, who's bought off the store, and Tuin, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, did they get to max Q? Well, Chris, you didn't realise, but they did.
Sorry, I was completely doing something else. Can you repeat the question?
Did they get to max Q?
Yes, you were the person who told me, because I was like, well, I missed that part of the ascent because I was too busy doing 5,000 things at once as I was just doing just then. Yeah, that is a massive thing. That really is a massive thing. So this is where we got to set expectations accordingly. It could easily have blown up on the pad. And that's something that was the risk. It was always going to be a risk. So the fact that it got out of their way of the pad, yeah, it's caused some damage, but it's not like it's blown up the tank farm or anything like that. There's some dents in the outer shells. Again, that's why the shells are there. The main thing was it cleared and it got a percent, and it still kept on going with Raptors out, which is getting more data point, as I mentioned earlier, and it's got to max Q. So they got a lot of data from this launch, and that's what the test flights are all about, getting data.
We have a comment here saying that onboard flap cam shows at least 4 missing tiles in flight. Well, Alex, I don't know if you've been reviewing the SpaceX feeds and data that we got, but have you managed to notice any tiles being lost? Because when I was looking, I was kind of looking at the external views, and it was impossible to see really, because of course the cameras were so far away.
Yeah, it's complicated to see anything from the distances that we had, right? I didn't see any flap camera. I think that was from the grid fins on the booster.
There was actually a flap cam shown very briefly on the stream. There's a picture of it circulating around, but it does show at least 4 tiles missing from right underneath the flap itself. But yeah, will be interesting to see what that is.
I'm still getting over this. I mean, it's just incredible. Just incredible. Let's look through here. What have we got? Bjorn has an interesting point here, saying, I don't think Starship reached max Q. I think the commentators simply read what the timeline said. Ian, what do you have to say on that? Because we saw some aero effects coming off the vehicle.
So the ship did have a bit of a shock cone. I can't remember the actual name of it. I believe it's a shock cone. but that did show that it went supersonic. So supersonic, the call for Mach 1 usually happens about 10-15 seconds before max Q on most rockets. So it's like judging by that range, it seems like around that time they should have hit max Q as well. Obviously I believe at that point they had 6 to 7 engines or 6 to 8 engines out. There had been less thrust. I calculated about like 76% of thrust they would have been operating with at that point. So max Q would have come later because you have less thrust, you're going to have less velocity, less acceleration, so all the callouts will be a bit late. I don't know if they exactly did hit max Q, but it did seem like they got around that point right when the flip happened.
Can I be pedantic here?
Yes.
They reached max Q, 100%. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Because the definition of max Q is the moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle, and it always have a maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle, because that is sort of the definition of max Q. Now, difference is that Q, that pressure, was probably way different than they were expecting in a nominal situation, right? And the call out was actually not from commentators or anything. It was actually from mission control, just off of the telemetry saying max Q, so max Q was reached. And if that's what they saw on the telemetry, I will say that's probably what happened. Now again, they also called BECO for booster engine cutoff, and yeah, we saw all the engines still igniting up to that explosion. So I'm not sure of the fidelity of their telemetry. We also saw more engines going out than their telemetry was showing as well. So probably the telemetry went a little bit wonky at one point in the flight. Could be.
Yeah.
So
I'll also add
there's
that
the trade-off.
The flight also went a little bit wonky in the flight, so I think everything to do with this flight went a little bit wonky at some point. But it is the maiden flight of the vehicle, integrated altogether with booster and ship launching off the pad together. That happening just under 3 hours ago now, although it feels like it was just 30 seconds ago still. If you would like to celebrate this departure from the pad of the ship and the booster, you yourself can head over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, get yourself a little bit of the new collection we have, Starship Not So Orbital Flight Club, because it did fly, and it wasn't very orbital. So that's the merch we have out in celebration of this flight. That available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. What have we got? We've got a T-shirt, I think that is, there with we've got the ship, the engine designs on there. We've also got the hoodie, and we've got some more T-shirts and jumpers and things like that. There's also the patch designs on there. We've got the static fire designs in that collection as well, and we've got the Falcon return, the Falcon Heavy as well. Loads of awesome apparel and things like that for